Hey everybody, how are you this very early morning here at least, because it is 3 a.m. and we are really wanting to kick off this flight more than anything. I'm so excited. I couldn't sleep last night. I was trying to sleep, but yes, first of all, everything seems to be going fine. Can you give me a mic check? Make sure that I'm coming through okay. Let me know if I'm too loud, too quiet. I might actually be a little bit too loud. So we'll see how we go. Getting lots of people saying that is perfect. Excellent. Thanks so much for joining me, everybody. This is really exciting. I'll just focus my camera here just a little bit. Looked a bit weird. Wow, look at all of those chats. I've only just kicked this off. We've already got well over 1,200 people here. Awesome of you to all join. Let me know where you're all from. Where are we all watching from? I can see somebody from Hobart. That is my home state here in Tasmania. Where are we all from? Let us know. Got some here from the UK, London. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Brazil, Poland, Sweden, the UK, Austria, Belgium. It's going too fast. France, Israel, Romania. There we go. Look at that. Just from all over the world. You couldn't really get a much more diverse crowd of people than us space enthusiasts. It is amazing that we all tune in to watch this stuff. Some of us in ridiculous hours in the morning like we're doing here right now. We've got a pretty fun time coming up here, I think, today. We don't know exactly when this is going to launch. We're seeing streams all over the place. You've got NASA spaceflight streaming. We've got Lab Padre streaming, who I'm going to be re-streaming again today. Many others as well. So support all of these wonderful people down on site where you can, especially Lab Padre, who so generously is giving us access to the stream today. We're paying some license fees through to Lab Padre to make sure he's nicely compensated, really, for allowing us to do this. So awesome of you to allow us to do that, Lewis. We'll actually get that up here just quickly. Let me just make sure that I've got the quality set up before I do that. There we go. That is looking pretty nice, I think. Let me just double check the quality of the feed there. Oh no, it is a little bit low. If only I could figure out the way to automatically force it to do that. Okay, still learning the ropes a little bit with the live streams. Thanks so much for all of the chats. Wow, look at all that there. So kicking off today, we have actually got a pretty interesting little lineup. First of all, hoping to be joined here shortly by Joe Barnard, who I'm a huge fan of Joe's work. I don't know if you've seen Joe Barnard's work before, any of you in the chat there. Joe has done all sorts of amazing things with model rocketry, and I've just loved it from day one. So hopefully we'll have Joe here joining shortly. We'll do a bit of a mic check in a second. But yes, first of all, again, huge thank you to Lab Padre. We can see that there's a lot going on site right now. They haven't actually fully closed everything off yet, obviously, because we're watching the lifts there inspecting the vehicle. So as far as I'm aware, the flight termination system has been switched, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I'm still catching up a little bit myself because, as I said, it is 3 a.m. I did try to get a little sleep, but we'll see. So, yes, just 1 second. I'll just keep a little eye on my panel here to see when we're ready to go. So yes, what I want to know from you guys in the chat is what your prediction is. I want to know what you think. Is this going to launch today? We currently have got a pretty nice clear stream. We've got Lab Padre actually having the status being updated there on the left hand side. This is going to be really fun to watch. So as it says there, arming FTS is completed by the looks of it. I'm not sure exactly what they're inspecting here right now, whether that's just the finalization of that going on right now. Obviously the road closures are the next thing that we would expect to see here. So yes. But what I'll do quickly is see if I can get this voice audio hooked up. Just 1 second. Okay, I think we have Joe Barnard connected. Hi Joe, can you hear me? Hopefully we can. Can the audience hear you? That is the that is the main thing. I can certainly hear you. That is the big question. We'll wait for a thumbs up there on that one. No, we can't. Hang on a second.
Uh-oh.
Go again, Joe. Can we hear you now?
All right, testing. 1, 2, 3. Starship might fly today. Test.
Okay, we're getting lots of no's. Now we can. There's always that little bit of a delay in the chat that's like, oh, that little nerve-wracking thing. It's like, oh, what if I can't get this working? Thanks so much, Joe, for joining us. As I don't know if you heard the introduction that I gave you before, but I'm such a huge fan of the work that I've been watching you do over the last few years. It's just been such amazing watching you do all this rocketry, model rocketry magic. I just love it.
Oh, thanks, Marcus. I really appreciate that. I'm stoked to just like see Starship fly today and like hang out and chat with rocket people. So yeah, this is super cool.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a great day. I'm super looking forward to it. And yeah, for everybody that's in the chat currently, we've got roughly 1,300 people watching. Again, to help these streams get out there, the like button certainly helps a great deal. So if everybody can make sure they've liked the stream,
smash that like button.
It just helps to push it out through YouTube, get the analytics actually kicking over. But yes, what I'm interested in seeing today is whether we get a lot further than we did, obviously, on Monday. So on Monday, it was all aborted essentially due to weather, as far as we know. I'm not sure what the wind is like down there on site. It looks like it is still a little bit breezy. But yes, I'm not sure if anybody has got a current status of the wind speeds and things like that. It's going to be interesting to see how we're looking. Again, we don't know exactly when it's going to launch. Nobody's telling us anything from SpaceX. We don't have anybody feeding information into our ears. We are just watching this like all of you. And huge thanks again for everybody watching it here with me and Joe.
Yeah.
So, I guess just because I'm such a huge fan of what you do, Joe, do you want to give a little bit of a rundown just to the audience watching what you do for those that haven't watched you before?
Sure, yeah. It's super weird. So I'll do like the 2-minute or very short synopsis. I have a degree in music production because that's what I wanted to do when I got out of high school. And then a couple of years ago, I saw what was going on with SpaceX, Blue Origin, those companies, and I was like, I want to do that, and I do not have the degree to do it. So I started this project. People are saying Joe's sound is low. Anyway, I started this project where I wanted to try and launch and land a rocket, and it's been going on for like 5.5 years now, which is a little crazy. But I'm getting, really close to landing it. And along the way, I have, built a bunch of these little flight computers that try and control the rocket. I designed the control systems for them. All of them are using like these little Estes motors too, these little Estes rocket motors. But yeah, it's just this like hobby project that kind of spun out of control.
It's so cool. I just love watching the different explosion stuff. I'll have to actually bring up a little clip. What would you say is?
Whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say even if you just wanted to shoot one in Discord there for me, a link to maybe a Falcon Heavy one is the most popular one. I'm not sure.
Falcon Heavy Flight 1. I can put it in the Discord if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat there, Easy. Thank you very much. All goes towards Lab Padre. I was going to say, just while you're here, make sure you're supporting Lab Padre as well, because without his support, we can't do what we're doing here. So, open up another tab. Make sure you've left a like on his channel, even if you've got a stream running in the background, even if the audio's down or something. Super appreciated to help him make sure he's getting value out of this deal as well. Thanks, Joe. I'll grab this, and I might actually.
Yeah, so I got you 2 links there.
Lovely. just to give people a little bit of an idea. I won't put the audio on, but I'll just pop it over here so that we can have a little bit of a look, so that we can follow what we're talking about a little. Just 1 second. Okay, this is definitely one of my favourites. So yeah, feel free to. You'll have a slight delay on the video, obviously, Joe, but this is now playing from the start there.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're now watching the Falcon Heavy lift off. And
this thing, it's hard to like understand the scale of this. To like, there's a GoPro in one of these shots, but the whole thing is like, it ends up being almost as tall as a person.
Yeah.
And so a lot of this is played back at quarter speed, so it looks, like much more realistic. The whole thing is over in like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
But so each booster has a control system in it, so it points the motor in different directions to try and steer it. The flight doesn't go quite as well as I had hoped, but you can't win them all.
It's part of the fun, isn't it? It's part of the fun.
Yeah, and it's like I'm running this like ridiculous little DIY space program, and it's even like, it's not even that bad when things fail, because what am I going to lose? Like some cardboard tubes?
Yeah. And to a degree, it actually makes it that bit more spectacular sometimes when there's a few more flames than expected, and there's a little bit of comedy behind it when it's like, oh man, it's so close, and it was just so cool. I really loved that one. Yeah, and
then the other one is good too. That's the launch and landing one.
Yeah, okay, I'll grab that one. 1 sec.
Yeah, that one's that's the most recent thing, I think.
Well, we're watching ads. Hang on a second. Okay, let me just skip past this ad.
Yeah, I guess the other thing I do on the channel is I look at all of the flight data, and so we end up, we try to learn like what went right, what went wrong on each test too. So there's a lot of like data review.
Yeah. And the amount of data that you're recording is always a little mind-boggling, because you have to diagnose this stuff to such a degree to get the control mechanisms to work in the way you want. I always love listening. I don't even understand a lot of the stuff that you talk about in the videos. I will 100%
Neither do I.
But the amount of engineering that goes into this blows my mind. And there's a lot of similarities between what you're doing here and obviously what SpaceX have to do in real life to land some of these boosters. Obviously, just a much larger scale. But yeah. So that is the rundown there on what Joe does and why Joe's on here chatting to us today. So, if the moderators in chat actually could pop some nice friendly links to Joe's channels so that people can easily follow, highly recommend checking out Joe's material there. It's just awesome. And yes, thanks again for joining us, mate. It's really cool.
Yeah, you got it.
Do you have any insights in what we are predicting for SN9's flight here today, Joe? Do you have any rough thoughts?
Well, let's throw it down. It's not fun if you don't make predictions. So let's. I think I'm gonna guess that it'll land, and I don't know. I'm like split 50-50 on it's either gonna land or it's not gonna make it as far as SN8. I feel like that's my guess. It's one of the two things. It's either going to totally work or it's going to make it a little less far than SN8. Because, I mean, these things are crazy. Like, there is so much that has to work for this. And obviously, have a lot of trust in the SpaceX team that, like, obviously they know what they're doing. But there's so much that has to work. And with one flight's worth of data, like, I'm sure there are still parts that, like, might not be as reliable as are assumed or something like that. So that's my guess. It's either going to totally work or it's not going to make it as far as SN8, but it's not going to fail at the same point.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And just to recap a little bit on what actually happened with SN8 was that one of the header tank, the liquid methane header tank, actually lost pressure or didn't have the required amount of pressure to actually push the fuel out. So we're still not 100% sure whether the fuel had been exhausted at the same time. or whether the pressure difference in there just wasn't adequate to allow the fuel to come out. Because obviously, if you've got a sealed container, you can do it with almost anything in just a plastic bottle, and you hold it up with, say, water coming out of it. It will flow out very slowly unless you punch a hole in the top of it, right? So if you need to get that fuel out quickly, you need to put pressure into that tank with some sort of gas. And I'm assuming that it was some sort of autogenous system that they were running there with SN8, because shortly after the failure, obviously we heard from Elon Musk saying that they were going to start using helium to pressurize that tank for the next flight as a temporary solution. So I'm assuming something there wasn't working right with the pressure systems. I'm not 100% sure if it's an autogenous type system that they had in there or not.
I know that was their goal, but and again, like, I trust the team, but that is such a hard thing to get working. It feels like a very, this is just a gut thing, but I feel like that's a slow response time, and for something as violent as that landing maneuver, you kind of want to not have this really slow closed loop of pressurization.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. And, you always want to make sure that you've got, these feeds working everywhere at the same time. It's not only the pressurization systems for the header tanks, it's for the main fuel tanks. It's also, you've got the other systems such as your gas thrusters to help orient the vehicle. There's so many things going on with this vessel that all have to work together. They all have to work perfectly to actually land it. So, that's the important thing to always remember, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they're still up there with the lift, tinkering around. So
they're at the that's like where the flight termination system is too. So I wonder if they're arming that or messing with it.
Yeah, I had sort of assumed that they had already armed it, but maybe they're still in the process of arming that. If anybody in the chat knows or is listening to other feeds that has already commented on this or has a little more evidence, certainly let us know. I'm gonna.
What's your bet for how far it'll get, Marcus?
Well, I believe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong if something's changed, I believe we're back down to 10 kilometres in altitude again. The other day there was it had dropped to 10, then there was rumours that it was 12.5 kilometres again, and now it's back to 10. So I'm not sure why the change in altitude. It could be something to do with weather variations, maybe, I don't know. But my prediction is that first of all, if it climbs successfully and everything's happy with the Raptors, that's step one. If it can do that okay, I think we'll have a landing.
You think so?
Yeah, if it doesn't get off the pad or there's something wrong with Raptors, I'm concerned. I've always been a little concerned with SN9 since it tipped over in the pad, just in case there's anything in the high bay, just in case there's anything kind of underlying wrong there. And there's been a number of issues, obviously, with Raptor firings and all this sort of thing. So I think as long as we see those 3 Raptors fire up and they're happy for 30 seconds or something like that, I think that we're going to have a landing. It's just whether they can get it off the pad without it, destroying a heap of pad concrete, martite, whatever we call it, and it's flying. There's just so much riding on that initial liftoff, I think. So as long as it can get past that phase and with happy Raptors, I think we are going to see a landing. But who knows? I am no fortune teller. I can't tell what's going to happen for real. I think it's going to be extremely exciting to find out. And also not really sure exactly when the first target's going to be for when they're really thinking it's going to lift off. My bet is that we're going to be waiting for at least 2 hours to really see some good activity towards a launch. Hopefully not too much longer.
Has anyone checked footage from SN8 and what the last steps were when they were at the pad? Because we might be able to tell from that. I know NSF does this big spreadsheet of dates and times or when stuff happens, but
no, I don't have anything handy. But yes, it would be interesting to sort of see how far into the window SN8. From a time point of view, it was way into the sort of far side of the day with SN8. I remember it was about 11. It was about 10:30 or 11 a.m. my time, which it's 3 a.m. now, right? So for me, or 3:20 a.m. So we don't really have any idea on the window. It's a very long window though. The road closures span between 9 and 6 p.m. I think. So we could be here for a very long time. But interested to know in the chat there. Oh, I missed the super chat there earlier from Money Mark. Thanks so much, Luigi from his mansion. Luigi from his mansion, be aboard. Very cool. All right, so what I might actually do, just to recap a little bit from SN8, I might actually bring up the SpaceX video so that we can.
Have they posted a live stream link yet? I don't remember.
Not at this stage. Not at this stage. So okay. as soon as we see that come up, I'm going to key that in as well. As soon as we can see their feed come up, I'll be on that. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly what we're likely to see with SN9. It's going to be. It certainly is going to be really interesting to find out. Whoops! I've just got audio screaming in my ear.
I'm a little worried for that crane. That crane is. I mean, it must be super expensive. Like, if things go wrong on landing, we don't want to hurt the crane.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and look, that's only just been sort of moved down there over the last few days, I believe, and I'm predicting that that's probably there in anticipation for SN10. SN10 is up in the high bay currently, and I think that's going to move down fairly soon. As soon as SN9's flight, I imagine that they're going to be almost rolling SN10 down the road to actually get this running. Mm-hmm. Super chat there from Rowan. Thank you, Rowan. Is it late Thursday night or is it early Friday morning? It is early Friday morning, 3:20 a.m. here. Rowan, thank you for the question.
Marcus is living in the future.
I'm in the future.
It's already Friday.
Yeah, it's already Friday for me. So that's the time zone difference there. So we'll quickly just switch over actually to the to SN8's flight here. I'm just going to get this going. I'm assuming everybody can still hear okay. I've just switched to another scene, so I'm not 100% confident that all my mixing's correct. But yeah, so this is SpaceX's, it's just basically SpaceX's, B-roll of the actual flight for SN8. So one of the things that was really quite interesting for this flight was that they launched so slowly, and they cut off one engine at a time, as we can see there. So the first engine cut off, second engine cut off quite a lot later in the flight, and then by the time the third engine cut off, it was really just basically hovering there. They were almost testing, I think, just how much stability they could have with the Raptors and trying to increase the burn time as much as possible. And I think that's really quite it's quite an interesting way to test it. We were all sort of thinking that it would fly up very rapidly and the engines would cut off and it would actually coast while still rocketing upwards. That is not what happened. They ended up just slowly sort of bringing this down over with the belly flop maneuver, and yes, it almost seemed like it was incorrect what they were doing. It almost seemed like something had gone wrong in the mission, but of course everything that they were doing there was absolutely intended. And obviously
it does oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, you go.
It does make a lot of sense to go as slow as you possibly can toward apogee, because every second that they spend coasting up without being under thrust, so it's if they follow a ballistic arc and there's more time to apogee without thrust, they have no control on that. Like, the flip maneuver takes so long that this thing is just huge and unstable until it starts falling. And you'd have to be going really, really fast to, you'd end up flipping the total opposite direction. Basically, it totally, like, in hindsight, it totally makes sense that they would wait until they got to the absolute peak of flight, and then right before they started to descend, they cut off the engines and went for the flip.
Yeah.
So that like every phase of flight is properly controlled.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's obviously what they intended to do. We just weren't expecting it. I don't think anybody was really expecting it to do that. I know, a lot of the flight trajectory data was all simulating, quite a coast upwards after engine cutoff and this sort of thing. But as you say,
fun to watch.
Yeah, as you say, it makes exact sense what they're trying to do. They're really trying to test out. And as you're aware, when you're doing any of your model flight data, what you kind of want is time and as much data as possible, so that next time you're doing one of these flights, you can diagnose things right back. If everything happens really rapidly, there's a lot of data that's not being captured. So, yeah, it's really cool. What I've done here is,
correct me if I'm wrong. Was that the longest we've ever seen a Raptor fire?
Yeah.
On that last flight?
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe they've done that down in, I imagine they've done that down in McGregor, but...
Yeah, I don't know if they'd done one to that length even there. It was certainly the longest in flight. So it's quite interesting. What I've done here is I've just paused on basically the very start of where we see the Raptor start to consume itself. You can see there's a little bit of green in the exhaust there, and what we're kind of seeing here is copper being burnt, essentially, and it's quite interesting. As you sort of think more about it, what's happening is because there's a lack of methane in the fuel mixture, it's becoming presumably very oxygen rich. And as we know from super hot oxygen, it gets extremely hot very fast. So I imagine it's just started burning itself.
It becomes a tri-propellant engine. So the propellants are methane, oxygen, and Raptor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, this is kind of the area where everything starts to go wrong, and then obviously the thrust is just completely lost as it just plows into the ground. But look, it got so close that I think it's really worth. It's really worth just celebrating how close they got there. Almost everything with that flight went exactly to plan, with the exception of that header tank that didn't keep the pressure correctly. So, and I probably should illustrate we did this the other day when I was live streaming as well. We probably should just illustrate the header tank, and I might fall back a little to one of my all-time favourite images by Neopork. I'll just see if I can track it down.
Those renders he does are awesome.
They're so good. They really are incredible, and it's so handy to be able to actually illustrate these things to people that don't necessarily know the makeup of the Starship. You see it from the outside, but not necessarily from the inside. And to a degree, we don't know what the inside looks like either. We've just got hints from a lot of exploded components that may have been, cleaned up, or we see certain ring segments and things coming in that have got certain structures. So that can be quite interesting. I'm just going to actually pull this up in a different piece of software today because I was having trouble with the one the other day. But yes, anyone in the chat would love to know your thoughts on your favourite renders from any of the 3D artists. All the 3D artists that I deal with all the time are listed down in the description if you want to follow any of them. I just think they're incredible. I'm 100% confident that I wouldn't be... I wouldn't have quite the following if it wasn't for the 3D artists that are just doing amazing things and allowing us all, it's not just me, all the channels to share these things. I think it's just incredible. So let me just...
Marcus, I don't mean to take over your role as running the stream, but we have a super chat here from Overlook Horizon, from Tori at Overlook. He says, what keeps you going at 3 a.m.? And I have the same question. If it's 3 a.m. for you, how are you... What's going on over there?
Yeah, look, it is a good question, and if I had have slept, I would have had a better answer because because I went to bed last night. I was like, okay, 10:30, I'm going to knock off early. I'm going to go and have some sleep, get up at 2 something and prepare for this stream. I don't think I slept at all. I might have dozed off a couple of times. So the answer is I don't know yet. You're probably going to see this play out through the next few hours. I have some tea here. I've got my periodic table mug, getting some fluids. So we'll see how we go. Thanks so much, Tori. Really appreciate that, mate. Thanks for the super chat. I better actually quickly skim through as we jump in because I've missed a few others, haven't I? What have we got here? Wilkie Barkid. Wilkie Barkid, as you're from the future, Marcus, did it all go okay with SN9? Yes, I'm from the future and it went great. Another one here from Scott. Thanks so much for the super chat. Late morning here in the land of moose and canoes. Buy yourself another 3 a.m. coffee. Marcus, thank you. I'll probably be more like taking a quick break at some point and going and making a very strong, murky coffee here in a few hours' time, I would say. Matthew Cable, another super chat. Wow, fantastic work so far. Can't wait to see SN9 hopefully launch today and let's get a great landing. Go SpaceX, go Starship SN9. P.S. My KSP recreation of SN8 is coming along very nicely. Yes, and Matthew Cable does some awesome Kerbal Space Program recreations, and the SN8 flight, I think, is coming along very well by the sounds of that. TJ Cooney as well, super chat. Thanks, mate. Oh man, everybody's here. Asking as well, Joe, what is your favourite pizza?
Okay, you can. I want to preface this. You can kick me off the stream if you want after this. Okay, I got this pizza once. I'm gluten-free and I don't know. I am also slightly lactose intolerant. So there's a bunch of foods that I just can't eat. So I get really weird pizzas. And my favorite one that I have done was ranch dressing instead of the tomato sauce, or some type of Alfredo. Cheese. It had banana peppers, sausage, and there were 1 or 2 other things in there. But it was I got made fun of pretty hard for it, and I kind of deserved it. So I'm calling that my favorite pizza, and that has to be more cursed than pineapple. So it's probably a crime or something. But
yeah, wow. It actually sounds really quite good to me. I'm going to have to try that one out. Yes, I think we talked about pizza in the live stream the other day, but for reference, my one is the guilty pleasure of just barbecue sauce and meat lovers, just everything. I fully appreciate the whole drive behind wanting to eat less meat and that sort of thing, but oh man, it's hard to give up meat. I wish I could do it. I do try to cut down on the amount of meat that I eat, but yeah. Another super chat there from Abeshked. Oh, I'm sorry, man, I've butchered that. It's thank you very much. It's super appreciated. So what was it? Oh, yes, we were going to have a look at the Starship rendering. Just 1 second. Let me bring this up because I just think this is always an extraordinary image to show. Let me bring that back. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Using Photoshop today to actually do this because it's a little bit easier for me. So this is Neopork's incredible model of Starship. This one's actually a little bit dated now, but it's still all very relevant. What we're seeing there, and this is basically it's basically a cutaway of the internals as far as we know them to be of the Starship. So we can see through the Raptor engines here. Through the skirt to see the Raptor engines there. We can sort of zoom right into those and check it out. So, the detail in these models, even when you zoom right into them, it's just mind-boggling how much effort he's put into these things. So obviously SN9 is also flying with 3 Raptor engines. As far as we know, SN10 will be the same. I'm not sure actually if SN10 has got its Raptors mounted yet. That is a good question. I know with SN9, we didn't actually even know that they were in there until we got a sneaky few little pictures from Elon Musk, and it's like, oh wow, when did they get installed? So that's kind of interesting to know that there's all these things going on behind the scenes. But as we sort of move up the vessel here, we have the massive downcomer that's coming down from the liquid methane tank. So liquid methane tank is the smaller tank here, and the header tank is this here that we see, and that essentially holds the landing fuel for the liquid methane, which is then fed down through this downcomer, this big pipe that feeds down through to the engines. So before that, of course, the main tank here is what's actually filled. So the first step in the launch is that this tank is at least partially filled. I'm not sure how much fuel they're going to be flying with today. We got a fair hint from the SN8 flight that the fuel was probably about halfway, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong there in the chat. I suspect it was probably around half fueled, just to give it a nice long lengthy burn time. They're not going to a high altitude, so they can really waste a lot of fuel on a slow ascent to really test the Raptor engines out and that sort of thing, which I think is really quite cool. But what they've got is some sort of valve system. So after they cut off the engines, they can close off the valve here somewhere around this area, so that the only fuel that's possible to flow through is then coming from this smaller header tank, which is sort of hidden in behind here. So you've kind of got this fuel, this bunch of fuel that has got no gases inside it. So as soon as even if the vessel is sideways falling, all the fuel is kind of loaded up here, and the engines can fire up no problem. Whereas if you try to do that with the main tank, there might be a little bit of fuel sort of sloshing down around here as it's belly flopping down towards the ground. You're never going to be able to feed it through into the engine. So that is what the header tank there is for, as it feeds down through into that downcomer. And as we come up right to the top of the vessel, we've got another header tank up the top in the nose here for the liquid oxygen, and there's a huge pipe that runs down the side of the vessel, not really displayed in this particular graphic, but a downcomer's kind of running right down the length of the vessel to the engines as well. So both of these have to essentially have little valves that are sort of switching off, closing that off after engine cutoff, so that the only thing remaining is that header fuel to pump down into the engines. And I feel like I've just waffled on.
It really is wild that this works. I mean, I guess we haven't fully seen it work a bunch of times, but the deal is if you suck air bubbles into those turbo pumps, that's that's not great.
Yeah,
that's how you make the Raptor engine sad. But
it is indeed.
That's a lot of there are a lot of opportunities to get little air bubbles through how this works. Little pockets of air that are behind valves if you don't fill the header tank all the way, or there's tons of ways that you can end up with little problems here. It's amazing that they have gotten as far as they have with it.
Yeah, and the complexity of the Raptor engines alone is mind-boggling. I mean, keeping in mind that these are the very first Raptors, the very first engines of this type to ever fly. Full flow stage combustion cycle engine, which is a bit of a mouthful, but the Russians tried to make an engine in this way. They had some prototypes, but they never really flew them. I don't know how successful they were with the stability of them. So, the Raptor engines alone, just these three components here, are extremely complex and extremely super engineered. They're just incredible. We'll have to show later on a few animations. Another one of my favourite 3D artists, Corey Seabass, has done an incredible cutaway of the actual engines working. So all these things are really super awesome. I'll just quickly jump back to the stream here, make sure that we're not missing anything.
What's going on?
We've seen the lift come down. Yeah, I know. Just get distracted, just talking about all things Starship without actually watching what's going on. So just quickly for reference for people that don't know what else we're seeing here in this frame. Obviously, we've got SN9 sitting there, hopefully getting ready to fly. We have the test tank. The test tank sitting on the left-hand side there. That is SN7.2. That is a test tank that has got 3mm thick steel instead of the 4mm thick steel that is being used by the Starship on the right-hand side. So they're trying to actually reduce the dry mass of the entire vessel by making all of the steel sheets thinner, and that, I think, is one of those things that's really interesting to see. They did a pressure test of SN7.2 the other day. That went very successfully, as far as we can tell. Elon Musk tweeted after that saying that the test was a success. We were expecting that to be tested to failure, and I'm assuming we still will. I suspect they'll push it to its failure point and pop it here in due course, hopefully over the next couple of days. But I'm interested in everybody's thoughts in the chat on that as well. Whether you think that the maximum pressure of that tank is going to hold up compared to say SN7 or SN7.1, who had similar tests done. This one here is much more similar to the S7.1 tank, which I think is quite cool. It's got sort of a little thrust structure underneath, as far as I'm aware.
I know this isn't super technical, but I always think it's really fun. Like, there's a bunch of stuff from this shot that you can like anthropomorphize. Like the little test tank kind of looks like a little crab with little crab eyes on top of it with those valves up there. And then whenever Hopper lights up its little lights, it's got like these like Terminator eyes on it.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff in this shot that looks like it has a face, and I kind of love it.
Yeah, I think that's really cool as well. It sort of almost looks from this perspective like it's got a little smiley face on top, the little test tank.
Yeah.
Hey, it's so little. It's just really funny to sort of put those little personalities on the vessels here. Not sure what personality we'd give SN9. What sort of personality do you see there, Joe?
I do not know. That's a disappointing answer. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
I see a rocket that has been waiting to launch since a billion years ago.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone at the beginning of January who was like, "Hey, I'm going down to Boca Chica. Like, you're welcome to come. Hang out." And they were like, with everything going as it will, it looks like we should be launching around the 7th. And at the time, I was like, okay, cool. So it's probably actually going to launch the 9th. Because you add a couple of days. It is now January 28th, and this thing is still in the pad. And I'm not saying this is like a bad thing. It's an experimental test program, but I see a rocket that is overdue for a flight.
Yeah. And look, I know there's certainly been a lot of unexpected delays, especially around the Raptors. I don't exactly understand what happened with the Raptors in the first couple of attempts. They've had to switch out Raptors on this SN9 vehicle before, so we're certainly not still here about to fly with the Raptors that were first installed on this. And that's an interesting question in itself. What happened to those? We know that they needed repairs for some reason after the static fire. Whether there was something in particular as a bit of a defect, manufacturing defect maybe. Whether there was some parts in there that wasn't supposed to be. We don't really know exactly what was going on. It could have even just been something to do with debris hurting the engines after a static fire. It's a little hard to say. And I've missed another super chat there from Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Hey, Marcus, just wanted to pop in and say g'day. 1:30 in the morning here in WA, and I've got no regrets. Well, over in Western Australia, so the other side of the country from me, Tasmania is, if you're looking at it down north to south on a map, Tasmania is on the right-hand side of Australia, right down the bottom, as far south as you can go. Western Australia, far on the left-hand side of the map. Very cool. That we've got people watching from WA, and it's even earlier in the morning there, 1:30 a.m. Thanks, Matthew, for joining us. As you say, no regrets. Hopefully, this thing will take off so that we're not up all night, but we'll see. I'm going to be super happy for any length of time that we get to chat to you all, so I think it's going to be a really cool day. So it looks, anyway, as far as commentating a little bit on what's going on, we can see that the road closures still haven't happened. There's a vehicle just driving down the road there. But the lift has disappeared. The flight termination system, whatever may have been going on there, seems to be complete. I would say they're getting very close now to trying to close things off. We see some vehicles at the back there rolling out. I am expecting we're going to see a road closure here fairly soon.
Yeah, this is looking good.
It's definitely a much nicer day.
Who has no access to any of the internal data, he says, this is looking good.
It's looking positive. No, I mean we've got some good feeds going on. I've got a little bit of information flowing to me as well. So this is it's all positive stuff. I think we're going to be. Sorry, I'm just reading a couple of quick comments from people. Cool! I've got a couple of messages there from Neopork, who was quite happy to be to be shown in the video there. But yes, I think. Look, we see some more vehicles rolling there. I think we're going to fairly soon see those road closures, and I am predicting that we will hopefully see some fueling start off here. Hopefully within an hour, we're going to see what's going on. As soon as we see some sort of venting from the ground, that's a good hint that things are going to start picking up. Normally you won't see that, I don't think, until the pad is fully clear. I don't even think they sort of start doing opening anything up on the fueling systems at all until everybody's well out of the way. So yeah, but as you say, Joe, the massive crane there, Tankzilla, I think it's nicknamed. That is in a precarious kind of spot. You just want to hope that the thing takes off fine, doesn't come down to the wrong spot and take out the crane or anything else for that matter. Because an even worse spot to land the Starship or crash land the Starship would obviously be in the fuel farm. That would make quite a few delays on any future flight. So let's hope that if it's going to land anywhere, it's not in the middle of the fuel farm.
That would be sad.
It would be very sad. That would be a sad
and with a hint of explosion.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Man, so they also did, I saw this morning they did flap tests, or they actuated the flaps back and forth, so we know the straps are off too. So theoretically, I don't know is there anything under the ship right now, or is it just the angle?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? See that sort of on the left? I can't tell if that's a lift or...
It's a good question. I can't tell from here. It is a good question, though. Maybe someone in the chat can see a better perspective of it from another feed. Yeah, I'd say road closures are definitely underway. The amount of vehicle activity that's going on. I think we can see a slight bit of venting from the tank farm going on the far left side of the camera there. So I don't know if that's been going the whole time or whether I've only just noticed it. But it looks like activity at least, which is cool. Got a few more super chats here as well. Wow. Wow. Another one from Rowan with message deleted. Interesting. I didn't even know you could delete a super chat. There you go. And Wilkie Barkit again. On a scale of 0 to 10, how bad does it hurt talking to flat earthers? Oh, I try not to acknowledge that they even exist, to be honest. I don't think it's worth anybody's time to even try to debate people that don't have enough capacity to actually really question what they're believing, and of course they would say the same.
A lot of people do it for attention. So
yeah. That's about all I'm going to say on that. I don't debate them because there's no debating somebody that's got that level of belief. If you believe that the Earth's flat, I'm sorry, it's a level of belief that can't be argued with, and it's almost a pointless exercise. Oh wow, another super chat there from Mr. Projective. SN8 was a true. Wait, where is the memorial kept? The memorial, actually, that is a good question because when SN8 crash landed, obviously there was a lot of talk, and there was also tweets from Elon Musk saying that the nose cone would be kept as a bit of a memorial, sort of like a tribute to SN8. And then later on we saw them just rip it up. They just destroyed it. So they obviously changed their mind on that. I was kind of hoping that they would keep SN8's nose cone around just as a bit of a, hey, here was the first flight, the first successful flight, almost made the landing kind of tribute. But no, they didn't do that, which I think is a little bit sad. TJ Cooney saying that his favourite pizza is New York style pepperoni, but I get an itch for Chicago style once a year. Now, being that I'm not American, I don't know what style they are. You'll have to help me out, Joe.
I can weigh in on this. As clearly someone who has excellent taste in pizza, undisputed. Chicago style is when they do, it's called deep dish pizza, and so the pizza is really, really thick. There's a lot of crust, there's a lot of sauce, there's a lot of cheese, and it's more, honestly, Chicago style pizza is not pizza. It's almost like a pie or like a quiche, or like a casserole or like a lasagna. It's closer to a lasagna.
Okay, that sounds fantastic.
It is good though.
That sounds amazing.
A circle-shaped lasagna.
Yeah. I have to see if there's anywhere down here in Tasmania that does kind of American-style pizza stuff. I haven't been anywhere like that for a long time, so I need to be more learned with the with all of the culture around pizza. Another one here, another super chat from Wilkie Buckhead again. Oh man, super generous of you, dude. If the moon was cheese, what cheese would you wish it to be? That's a tough question, man. I'm gonna have to palm that one off to you, Joe. What cheese is the best cheese for the moon to be?
Okay, so my favorite cheese right now is Manchego cheese. A lot of opinions about food today. I gotta make sure I'm saying this right. Cheese. Yeah, Manchego cheese. It's this kind of like dry cheese. It sounds gross, but it's really low in lactose. Once again, the various foods that my body can't tolerate. But it's very low in lactose, and it's like super good in small quantities. It's like, I got it at a tapas restaurant once, and it was really nice.
Yeah, wow. I don't know.
What is your favorite type of cheese?
I'm a big fan of camembert cheese, brie, soft cheeses generally. Yeah, I don't eat a lot of cheese though. If it's something, I quite like big burgers and things. In which case, it'd be more of a tasty type thing. But yes, I'm not very cultured when it comes to cheese. I don't go much on the blue cheese, the stinky cheese.
I love the direction this.
I know.
Oh, you're moving flaps again.
Oh, wow.
I love the direction
Wow.
this SpaceX Starship stream is going.
Yeah.
The cheese and the pizza.
Because this is what 2,300 people are here for. They don't want to talk about Starship. They want to talk about cheese. And look, I mean, you can just see from the chat. What's everybody's favourite cheese? Put it in the chat. Let us know. I'll see if I can do. I'll have to, after the fact, I'll have to see if I can export the responses here to see if we can get a consensus on the best cheese.
Gosh, it is really cool to see those flaps move.
It is awesome,
those
isn't
things
it?
are huge.
Yeah. I'm glad you pointed that out, actually, because I hadn't actually realised that they were moving, but look at that. And they move quite fast too. Like when we saw SN8 fly, they have got quite a lot of they've got quite a lot of power behind them. They can move really quite rapidly. They're only just doing the bare minimum sort of movements here at the moment. Really cool. Well, look at I think I've stirred up a...
Marcus, I got a question for you as we watch these flaps. Another absolutely related to Starship question. If you could, for the rest of your life, if you could only taste food or have the texture of food. So like if you have the texture of food, you lose the taste, so you can like crunch things. But if you can still taste food for the rest of your life, it's all like a smoothie. Like all of your meals are smoothies. So you can either crunch or have the taste. What do you think?
Oh man, that's a tough question. I want to know what people in the chat think about that one too. I think
derailing your stream.
just derailing. I think it would be very sad to lose taste. I think I could probably lose texture before taste. Would be my thought.
I feel like I'd go the other way. I feel like, I might go the other way. I really like crunching things. like half the time I'm snacking, it's just because I like the feeling of crunching stuff. Wow. Okay, I'm in the minority here.
Yeah. Well. No. Yep. You certainly seem to be. Wow. I'm super thrilled that they're actually moving the flaps like that. Have we seen the top flaps move, or just the aft flaps at this point?
This morning I saw the top flaps move, but that was earlier before your stream. So I think it's just the bottom ones right now. Maybe they'll do them in sequence. Maybe they'll do the top ones next.
Yeah. Okay. That is really cool. Just saw a vehicle rolling by at the background there, so roads still aren't close to being closed just yet. So we'll see. Hopefully that being finalised here soon. Yeah, like it's worth actually talking about the flaps here a little bit more, because you know what the way they're engineered is pretty crazy. Going back to Neopork's design here, so you know that's your aft flap there, zoomed in quite extensively. And you know, there's basically some Tesla motors, as far as I understand. So you've got a Tesla battery, which kind of sits up here. There's a Tesla battery, probably multiple Tesla batteries up here, that sort of sit between the top of the liquid methane tank on the dome there, and the you know, sort of inside the main pressurized area, which would normally be for crew, right? And these batteries then drive these very powerful motors that will drive these fins. So that's the aft fins there, and then likewise there's going to be some electric systems running up to the nose flaps there. And you know, as we're seeing there on the live stream, and as we've seen with SN8's flight as well, they're extremely powerful. And think about how much pressure is going to be on these flaps as this vessel comes in from essentially orbital velocity. Not this particular vessel, but future vessels that will come in at orbital velocity. And you know, you could just imagine the huge strain on those mechanisms. So you know, that's going to be very interesting to see how they work in higher velocities. These are obviously the bare minimum velocities that we're talking about with SN8 and SN9's flight coming up. So you know, moving forward into the future, we expect to see higher velocity flights going further, coming back harder, entering the atmosphere harder, and really putting those control surfaces to the test. And that's going to be so extremely exciting to watch that happen. I can't even predict what's going to happen. It's just going to be amazing.
I'm seeing some stuff about a canceled TFR, but it's still up online. I mean, we haven't seen... Huh. Have you seen any of that, Marcus? There's some stuff on Twitter about that.
I'm seeing the odd comment, but I never know. I'm just waiting to see. TFR cancelled, seeing TFR removed. I'm getting a number of people saying that it's gone as well.
I only see it from one source, and if you go to the FAA, the site for the TFR, it still looks fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the interface here.
Yeah, for those in Discord and moderating, just let us know where that information's coming from, because that would be interesting if true. I'm getting a lot of comments about it too, so I think it's a fairly. For those, sorry, I should have actually mentioned. For those of you in the chat that don't know what we're talking about, a TFR is a temporary flight restriction. So if flight restrictions have been cancelled, it essentially means that they've opened up airspace again so that people can fly over the top. That's not a good sign for a flight, because they need to close down airspace to have a flight of Starship. So if the temporary flight restrictions have been removed, that's not a great thing. Some people here saying that it's off the FAA website, but it's now appeared back. I don't know. I think essentially we're not sure. There's reports that it has been removed, but it might have just been altered, or maybe it's being changed right now. We'll just wait to see what happens. I don't think
the TFR is FAA stuff. That I wonder if that. I know they hadn't, or there was questions as to whether they had gotten the launch license for the day.
Yeah. That's right. And just to explain that process a little bit, I believe with SN8 the FAA approval for flight didn't actually come in until right before they flew. As far as I'm aware, so that's kind of interesting. It's really going to come down to whether we start to see some road closures or something of that nature. Are we going to see anything that progresses towards the flight? That's interesting. I don't think we're scrubbed yet. I don't think anyone needs to panic at this stage. It could be that certain records are just being updated, removed, and replaced with new records. So we'll just wait on until we see, some more obvious information. It could be that these records have just changed. And we've got people here in the chat saying that the TFR was gone. It's back again. There may have been something as simple as a formatting error. So yes, I suspect we're all still fine. I think everyone was panicking a little bit. Everyone's as soon as they see, there's a lot of people out there that are just like refreshing their screen, right? As soon as they see something change, like, oh no, it's been removed.
Well, the worst case scenario is that they end up canceling today and they go to Friday. And the good news is that Marcus is already living in the future because it's Friday for him.
It's already Friday for me.
We should still be able to stream it because it's technically Friday for you.
That's right.
That's definitely how it works.
Absolutely. What else? Oh, I've missed a couple of super chats here. Wilkie Buck hit again. Thank you for the cheesy chat. No worries, mate. I think we were a little bit off topic there. Augustus87, what are your thoughts on the beardy penguin, and would you agree to do a war with him on Kerbal 2.0? Oh, wow. Kerbal Space Program, it's a little bit of a blast from the past for me. The only time I really boot it up now is to demonstrate an orbit, something to do with orbital mechanics, but it's a game that I miss. I just haven't had time to play it, and certainly looking forward to Kerbal Space Program 2.0. Still a ways off, I believe. I think it got delayed fairly recently, didn't it? Which is a bit of a shame. Hopefully it'll get picked up soon. That's really how I ended up on YouTube in the first place. So it's pretty cool. I've had a couple of people say they like the shirt. I'll just quickly stand up. So this shirt, the link for this is in the description. It's not my shirt. This is actually Brendan's shirt. Brendan, who helps me with my videos, does all these amazing graphics. It's a really, really cool shirt. So if anybody would like one, the link is in the description for that. He's just such a great guy to work with. I absolutely love Brendan's work. And a link.
Okay, there's a new TFR.
Cool. No, that's good. That's good to see that we have a new TFR and we haven't had a potential scrub. So that's good. Thank you, Sophie, for popping Brendan's link in the description in the chat there. That's super appreciated. Anyone that's not following Brendan, he has just got the most up to date diagrams of what the current status of all of the starships are in. So there's so many parts being spotted every week. There'll be a new ring segment here that's got a label on it, and a new ring segment's been moved from here to there, and he's keeping track of all of that and putting it into one handy diagram. And actually I will bring the latest one up. It's probably out of date now because there may not have been one for a little while, but I just think the work that he's doing there is fantastic, which is why he's working with me so frequently. I just really love that work that he's doing. Let me just bring it over here. Let's quickly pop that up and share that. All right. Still getting used to all my little widgets and things going on here. So yes, that's Brendan's latest diagram. A little bit outdated now. There's going to be a newer one coming fairly soon. But this is the work that Brendan's doing there, right? And it's so hugely beneficial for the entire community. We get so much information with this. Just at a quick glance, you can sort of say, okay, where is each Starship build at? And interestingly, we've seen a lot of a lot of strangeness going on between these vessels here, right? So SN11 is largely built up, ready to go. SN10 obviously is about to be rolled to the pad. SN7.2 is about to hopefully explode at some point, testing its pressure limits. And SN12 is in question right now, as far as I'm aware. And that is because the idea is that they're going to jump straight to SN15 after SN11. I think that SN8's flight just went so well that they really didn't need some of these prototypes that were already in progress. That is the prediction at the moment anyway. So it's going to be interesting to see. But yes, Brendan, terrific guy. He's keeping track of all of this stuff. Blows my mind, the work that he's kind of putting in to try to keep track of all that, and you know, that's also going into my videos for the weekend as well. So yeah, it's all very cool stuff. Love it. Thank you, Brendan. So yes, as I said, if you like that shirt that I'm wearing there, that is in the description. He can use all the help he gets, frankly. It's always useful, a very good use of his time. Anything that he can spend on making those diagrams better and increasing the time he spends on them, it's all cool stuff. So yes, still no road closures, obviously, because there's vehicles still rolling by. Still a lot of people commenting on TFRs.
Yeah, unclear what's going on. I saw someone on Twitter say they might be, I think it was Michael Baylor, they might be doing a wet dress rehearsal today. Like, you know, if things are really not going to happen today, they could still, like, there's value in still fueling it up, making sure everything's going to work. They definitely put out that notice to the people in Boca Chica Village,
you
know, to evacuate. So you might as well use the time to push forward if you can.
Yeah.
I wonder what did it. Maybe it's just maybe something's going on behind the scenes and they're just making a new thing, or maybe the FAA was like, hey, not today. I don't really know how that works.
Yeah. So, seeing some comments here saying that the new TFR is for tomorrow from 2 till 11? 1400 to 2300. That would be a very odd time for a flight, though. Normally they do the flights. They wouldn't normally do a flight in the day, so skeptical. Interesting all the same. I've got a link here to the TFR myself. Let's just inspect it. Let's just inspect it, see if we can diagnose what's going on here. So that's what I'm saying. This is the latest one, yeah? Just in case I'm silly and don't have the latest one.
Well, there's a few different ones that I've seen. If you look at the numbers, so there's 7364 and then 7363 as well. I don't know I don't know how to tell on that page that you're on if it is expired or if it has been withdrawn. You can look at the list of NOTAMs. It's tfr.faa.gov. I'm not going to read out the whole link, but you can look at the list of like where it lists all of the NOTAMs that are issued, and that's where people are not seeing it. So like, the page for each TFR is still active, but they just no longer list it with all of the ones. Yeah. So who knows? I don't really know what that means. It may actually just be pulled.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, we'll stick around until we've got something more conclusive than that. I think, for all we know, they could just be, moving things around a little, or it's a little hard to say. One thing's for sure, they certainly don't seem to have closed the roads because there's vehicles rolling around everywhere. Oh, actually, the beginning date time for that was January 29. So obviously now, because I'm living in the future, as you say, that is tomorrow, as in, not today. So it's even though it's today for me. So it's intriguing that there's things coming up for that time frame. But who knows? Who knows? I don't see a lot more evidence than that so far. What about you, Joe? You're not sort of seeing anything lying around?
Yeah, no, I see it now. I'm looking at the wrong part of the page. So if you flip back and forth between 17 or gosh, this is crazy. If you flip back and forth between 7363 and 7364, they're different NOTAMs. They're nearly identical, but one is for tomorrow, one is for today. Yeah. I don't know that. Yeah, I mean,
I suspect one's probably a backup at this point. I don't see any reason to think that today's one's not active unless they actually have specifically said it. I'm assuming there's no tweets from anybody influential that actually is in the know about this. Obviously, as I like to say, in each of these streams, we don't have anybody in our ear telling us exactly what's going on site or from SpaceX or anything like that. We're just diagnosing clues as they come up. Elon don't want no scrubs. That is for sure. I know Elon's probably quite frustrated in the length of time it's taken for SN9 to get to the flight. There's been a number of delays with this one, right from when it toppled over in the high bay to now. So yes, it's I'm sure it's been a frustrating time, and I almost expect that they just want SN10 to roll down ASAP. I feel like this one's been jinxed a little.
Well, at some point it has to leave the launch pad. I mean,
the
longer time goes on, I have less certainty that it will ever leave. But at some point it has to, right?
You would think so. It's got to progress at some point. What have we got here? So we do have a couple of messages saying that there could be high wind, could be lack of FAA approval. So there are a few more sort of sources coming back saying, yeah, it's not looking wonderful. Whether that's conclusive or not at this point, I don't yet know. It's going to be interesting to find out. What I might do actually is grab... So there is a closer shot, and maybe we can get a few more clues. Just from Lab Padre's camera stream there, we might be able to get a few more clues. Just one sec, I'll just grab this and key it in. It's always one of my little things that I'm still trying to figure out the best way to do, actually switch these streams. While I'm actually on the big camera, I think it's worth sharing the Starship as we have here. Got one of these cool models. This one's a little bit dated, but very, very cool model. It lets you kind of really sort of play around with how this vessel is going to come down. So the idea, of course, is that SN9 is going to fly vertically. It's then going to flip the fins in and sort of flip over with the aid of the engines and come down in this belly flop maneuver, right? So as it's falling down, its whole intention is to maximize the drag that it can, the maximum amount of drag that it can obtain as it comes down. That lowers the terminal velocity for that vessel, making it as efficient as possible to land. And then the engines at the bottom here, the three engines, there's no vacuum engines in SN9 that we're seeing there at the moment, but the three engines there will flip the vessel over right at the end, as we saw with SN10, and hopefully it then lands on the pad like so. And I think that's that's all we can hope for at this point, that we actually do get a flight. We're going to quickly switch here and we'll get a slightly closer shot. 1 second. You're not sort of seeing any other notices or anything in the chat there that gives us any more information there, Joe?
I'm doing the big old Twitter refresh, but
I'm always just a little careful not to call these things too quickly, because quite often we'll see things appear like they're scrubbed, and then later on they'll just reattempt again. The window that this is open is really very long. Okay, so here is another shot. It's actually quite a cool shot.
That is cool. Yeah,
it's a very cool shot. I'm not sure the actual distance from the camera on this one from Lab's stream, but it's super clear. So we can see a bit more activity there. We can also see that little tiny bit of venting from the fuel farm. Not enough to indicate anything real is going on, and we've still obviously got people in shot there, so it's not close to it's certainly not close to a road closure at this point. Just switch the quality up there. So it's going to be interesting to see. But yes, just look at the massive size of that crane. That's a much better shot of the crane itself, and it can be deceiving from these angles just where everything is sitting.
Yeah, that crane is huge.
It is massive. People saying, stop saying cancelled. I'm not saying cancelled. I'm just saying that we're looking for evidence. I'm not saying it's cancelled. I think a lot of people in the chat are probably suggesting that it is. Look, at the moment, all we know is that there's notices there for tomorrow as well. We're not 100% sure on today. As I said there in the chat, the flaps are still open. They still look to be leaving the pad. So yes, we'll stick around a bit longer and see what's going on. As long as there's still evidence that things are happening, it's fine. But yeah, I've had a couple of questions over Discord just about how the Raptor engine works, like why it's different between the full flow, why the full flow stage combustion cycle engine is different to other types of engines such as the Merlin. Actually, it's probably worth tracking down Corey's latest video on the Raptor, because he does such an amazing job. And I don't think there's a better demonstration of that whole Raptor engine build than what he's got there. I'll just bring that up.
Well, it is a confusing day. Unsure of what's going to happen here.
It is certainly confusing so far, I will admit. It's nice when there's some sort of clarity, even if there was a tweet from someone saying, the winds are too high, or whatever a reason might be. But when there's no information, all we can do is assume that we're still on track and wait until we've got something a little more concrete. I'm always very careful to refresh Mary's Twitter feed, because she gets information very quickly. Mary from NASA Spaceflight, of course. Don't see anything here just at the minute, though, that's really worth sharing in that regard. No, I don't see anything floating around the Twitters that makes me think that we're in real trouble of a cancel. In a big possibility for cancellation at this point. So we'll keep kicking along. Now, what was I going to do? Oh, yes, we were going to show Corey's incredible animation. I was going to show first of all his animation on the Starship that we showed it actually in the live stream the other day, and I just think that it was really very neat. And there was a lot of people that said, "Oh, yeah, it was a really good way to explain the way the header tanks work." So I'll pop this up quickly. And yeah, sorry, Joe, you'll kind of be about 10 seconds behind or something. I'm not sure what the actual delay is on the feed.
No sweat.
So I kind of have to lead this a little. Let's see here. So this is what we're predicting, obviously, for SN9. This is what we want to see. We want to see this beautiful Starship fly, and we want to see it fly successfully. We want it to land successfully. And to do that, that is all about the systems we talked about earlier, the header tanks. They need to perform well as they did before. In the bottom of the vessel here, you see all the complex plumbing, and it's hopefully very close to this. There's lots of insight into what goes into this 3D model. So again, Corey's just incredible at what he does. What we're seeing there is liquid oxygen filling this bottom liquid oxygen tank. This is the main tank, and that'll flow right up through. It'll be, well, at least partially filled. We don't know how much. We then see the red there. That's the liquid methane, representing the methane coming up to fill the header tank as well as the main liquid methane tank above. I think there's a lot of beauty in the transparency of all this. The massive downcomer for the liquid
really
oxygen
nice
tank.
Animation.
Yeah, it's just insane, the detail. So there is the header tank for the liquid oxygen. So as you can sort of see, the idea is that they close off these main tanks, the valves for the main tanks, and they engage just those header tanks when it's about to belly flop down. And then we sort of see the flight, right? So engaging the 3 of those engines, take off. In the flight for SN8, we saw the trajectory speed very slow. It almost seemed to make a leisurely way up to the altitude. It was 12.5 kilometers for SN8's flight. We're expecting a 10-kilometer flight, slightly lower for SN9. Which I think is interesting. I don't know why they're lowering that, if that is the case. I'd like to know anybody in the comments that would like to tell me why they may be lowering the flight. I'd be interested in some theories there. I've got a few thoughts of my own, but they're not really. There's not really any evidence behind my thoughts, so I wasn't even going to bother sharing them. But yeah, as we sort of see, a couple of the engines have cut off here with the one final engine left, and they just basically essentially hovering the vessel there until they've drained most of that main tank fuel, and then we see the entire vessel just flop over there. The header tank's obviously still 100% full, and they can engage those without any air bubbles or anything like that in there. You can see how the fuel is all just floating in those main tanks at this point. So from being able to engage the engines with the fuel sitting in the belly like that is impossible. So they need those header tanks. Then obviously as it comes down to ground, they switch the engines on. They do that amazing flip maneuver as it comes down, and you see there the fuel is now draining out of the 2 header tanks as it touches down beautifully and safely. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see today, assuming that there's no scrubs. And yes,
yeah, that is a beautiful render. That is like awesome.
It's just incredible, and I must admit, we sort of produced a render that. We produced a render that had a few of these elements in, just so I could explain in a video how the header tanks worked and stuff. And then this one from Corey came out a little later and just blew us all away. It's like, oh wow, I should have just waited a few weeks and showed that one. It's just incredible the work he does there. It really is. Yeah, so where I was actually going though, before I got distracted with that animation, I just thought, well, as I'm passing it, I'll show it all the same. Was the Raptor engine video? I'm just trying to track that down. Where has it gone? Ah, there it is. Yeah, and the Raptor engine itself, like I said before, is just this hugely complicated thing. Everything has to flow through at the exact correct rates. There's no, all the exhaust from the initial part of the process for the fuel has to feed back into itself in this crazy way. I don't even 100% understand all the plumbing in it. Obviously, I don't know if anybody does unless you're in the know at SpaceX there. But everything, we know kind of the basics, the basic level of what's going on. I'll bring that up here actually, because I just think, while we're on the topic of Corey, if anybody's not following Seabass, anybody that's in the chat, whack some links down to Corey's feeds. The work he does there is just incredible. It really is. It's just so unique. I'll switch over to this as well. I don't know if you've seen this one. Have you seen this one, Joe? The Raptor engine cutaway. This is just incredible.
I feel like I've been sleeping on all these renders here. This is awesome.
So, here we sort of see the turbo pump mechanisms, and you sort of see the liquid methane come through. The liquid methane sort of gets pumped around the bells themselves, because this is all cryogenic, of course. The cryogenic fuel will all come around. It actually cools all the bells, flows right down around them. So as soon as there's a lack of pressure in that methane, that's another reason why these bells may have really rapidly melted, because all of a sudden the flow was probably not coming through the bells correctly either. And this all comes up into the pre-burner along with some liquid oxygen. And there's this incredible amount of force and plumbing that has to withstand all this stuff. The exact same process is kind of happening at the same time with the liquid oxygen there in blue. They just, both of the pre-burners, run together to essentially create the incredible forces needed to actually spin all this fuel through the system, and then it just ends up in the combustion chamber there as vapor and just explodes out of there at colossal force, right? So total thrust is around 200 tons as far as we know. The chamber pressure in this thing is just mind-boggling, 300 bar. And this is a little bit dated as well, because we've once more at full speed. I kind of like this part of it. It's just like all that stuff happens instantly, almost like within a fraction of a second, and it's off. So and the only factual thing that's probably changed since this was made was that there's now, I think, 28 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy. So yes, supporting Seabass there, Corey. There's the information right there on screen. He just does an amazing job. I just love it.
Man, yeah, those are awesome.
Really, really cool stuff. Got some comments there.
Well, I wish I had more to add here. I feel like we're just sort of waiting to see if we can get some info from someone with maybe Elon will tweet and be like, we're gonna do it tomorrow or whatever.
And that's fine. I mean, we're all in the same situation, right? Everybody that's live streaming this right now, we're all in the same situation, waiting to hear what's going on. A lot of people saying launch more than likely tomorrow. We do have a tweet here. Let me just read this quickly. As of the past hour, SpaceX's SN9 launch license application was still under FAA review. Per a source, this and the road closure cancellation makes a test today seem less likely. Is what we're hearing there from a couple of people that are in the know.
Tori from Overlook Horizon does a bunch of NOTAM stuff, so I trust his judgment on this. But he says it's very unusual for the TFR to be canceled for this amount of time. Most NOTAMs require a few hours of notice. Yeah. Look, I think that's definitely true. It doesn't look wonderful, I will say. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what the other. It'll be interesting to see what the other streamers are saying. What's being said on NASA Spaceflight. What's being said on Lab Padre's channel. It's looking reasonably conclusive that we may have a scrub here for today. I mean, that would absolutely be on par with the whole SN9 test campaign.
It would be
scrubbed again.
It would be. It has been jinxed almost right from the start. I'm wondering what the I'm wondering what the actual reason for that would have been. The winds there are still a little high. 24 miles per hour is still quite breezy. I believe that they don't like to launch something like this unless it's under 20. So it's not and if there's anybody in the chat that knows more about the restrictions on the flight, wind limits and things like that, let me know. I believe I've read in the past that it's around 20 miles per hour, so maybe the weather's just not looking wonderful. Wilkie Barkid there with a super chat too. Thank you, Wilkie Barkid.
It's also still very confusing because none of these are showing up on the list of TFRs for me, but they still exist as on their individual pages.
Yeah.
Huh.
Very nice super chat there from Stephen as well, saying, thanks for the great content. At times like this, I like to remember that SpaceX is doing so much in parallel, and that's the thing. It seems frustrating when we're watching this. It's like, scrub again. How's it? But when we really look at it, we're getting an inside view into into test processes that we normally would never see. This sort of stuff would happen, and not this exact sort of stuff, but there's test vehicles being developed with NASA that are being tested all over the place. They're being delayed all over the place, and none of us would even really have any idea until there's a report done about it later. There's nobody hanging over fences with cameras. We're extremely lucky that SpaceX has been open enough to let us essentially peer into what they're doing. And I believe they do that intentionally. I think that, it adds a lot of enthusiasm for the brand. There's no publicity like free publicity. And, we're obviously all driving that, all of us here that are streaming all the time. And, I think it's important just to recognise that we're seeing things that normally we wouldn't see. And although it can seem frustrating, these delays are, we're talking delays of a few days, a few weeks maybe, in general, and it feels like it's forever for us who are sort of, waiting here with our fists clenched about it. But in reality, normally this stuff takes years. What SpaceX has achieved in the course of 12 months is nothing short of extraordinary. The fact that we've seen the SN8 fly and almost stick the landing, with the exception of those last 50 meters or whatever it was, that's an extraordinary thing that we've been able to witness there in such a short period of time. So don't feel depressed about it. It will happen eventually. It's just part of making a test vehicle.
Well, wonder if we will get more clarification on what's going on. What do the things look like? People are still driving around the test site, right? There's still activity there. It's not like, what are the other indicators we usually look for here? Would we expect a road closure at this point? We can look for other signs that tell us what's going on too. Yeah,
that's right. It's just piecing clues together. We've got a fair few notices saying that that many things have sort of been discarded as It's always kind of confusing though, because ideally you just want somebody that is in the know to make an announcement, say, no, it's not happening, guys. You can stop what, because you never know. There's been occasions where it's like, oh no, it's all cancelled, and then all of a sudden they'll just boot the thing back up, and it's like, oh okay, it's back on again, is it? So we could certainly look at just maybe taking a quick break and seeing if anything changes over the next say half an hour or so. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, then we can wrap up. I'm not sure. There's not really a great deal to see and talk about here in regards to what we're watching on screen. Everything's kind of sitting pretty statically right now. I can't help but feel that the pad is there's still activity going on to the point where I'm questioning whether the pad is still going to be cleared, is still being cleared. I'm really not sure. Just trying to get a little information here from Discord. What's going on here? What information can we see from people? Thanks so much for the moderators in here, just helping us out. It's hugely beneficial. It's hard to try to keep on top of everything going on while live streaming. So super appreciate that. Matthew Cable there saying pad is clear. That's interesting. We have Lab Padre apparently saying scrubbed from his side. Conflicting information. It's always fun. So some comments there talking about the TFRs on the FAA site. I believe that there is entries, unless we need to refresh, that there's entries on both today and tomorrow. Has it been fully pulled for today's one, Joe? I think you had still spotted it there before.
Well, yeah. So I guess it depends on like how you read these things, and I am far from an expert on it. I can't see, like, the list is the thing that I think most people are pointing to, which is that on the list of TFRs, if you look it up, if you're a pilot and you're like, okay, where can I not fly? It's not there. And so from that perspective, like, that list should be pretty accurate. If you're a pilot and you've got to know where to fly, if they pull it from there and it's intentional, then it's probably not happening today. Like
yeah.
That's an important thing to get right. So that's more important than the individual pages that show the TFR, I think.
I think that's where my confusion is, that I'm seeing the individual page there, even though it's essentially not listed on the main list. So yes, I'm not a huge expert in either. That's interesting. That is interesting. So yeah. Well, I think what we might do for the moment, I might just take a quick break, and maybe we'll. I might just pop back in 15 minutes or so. We'll see if anything else has changed, and then we'll, if it looks like it's definitely off for the day, we'll wrap up, and yeah, take it from there. Okay. I think that's probably where we're at this point. But yeah, sorry, Joe.
I'm probably going to hop out here because I have a preparing for tomorrow.
No worries.
You'll get some work done on that now that I don't have the excuse of SN9 to say, I couldn't get it done.
No worries.
Excuse, so.
Very, very much appreciate you popping in, mate. It's a huge honour for me to have you here. I was thrilled when you said that you'd pop in for a bit. And again, for the moderators, if you want to pop a couple of links in for Joe's channels there, go subscribe. Joe is such an inspiration when it comes to model rocketry and engineering this stuff at a minute level. It's been an honour, mate. Thank you for joining us.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much for having me, Marcus. I mean, back at you. Love your videos and. All the way back, I've been following since the KSP days. So,
thank you, man.
Yeah, best of luck with the rest of the stream. Thanks everyone for having me here, and enjoy your 15-minute break.
Thank you, man. We'll chat to you soon. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, cool. See you, Marcus.
See ya. So awesome of Joe to drop in like that and just chat to us. He's such a champion. And what I might do then, just to be safe, we might just have a little 15-minute. I'm going to go and grab a coffee because I feel like I've already got my eyes hanging out of my head. I'll be back after that, and we'll see if we can just double confirm everything. I'm going to go have a chat to a few people as well, and just double check that what we're seeing is all correct. As far as we're aware here, it definitely looks like we are scrubbed for the day. Not sure exactly what happened. May have been weather related. The wind gusts there, as we're seeing on Lab Padre's stream there, is up above 20 miles per hour, which is probably still a little too high. Whether that's got anything to do with the scrub, I don't know, or even if it's 100% scrubbed at this point. So I will be back. Stay tuned. Okay, everybody, I am back. Can you hear me? Yes. So I've just done a bit of reading, did the typical run to grab a new drink, and we do certainly seem to have a scrub as far as we can see. What I might do is just change the title of this stream, but I'm happy to hang around for a little bit. We could just generally chat. I know a lot of people have just got general questions for me anyway, so let me just quickly fix the feed up because it's gone down to low quality again. Why does it keep doing that to me? 1 second. Right. I think my internet speed likes to play games with me. There we go. Okay, I'm not sure if much happened while I was away. Let me quickly scroll up through the feed. A lot of people saying scrubbed, when hop. Yes, when hop indeed. When hop indeed. I don't know if there's any chances that FAA approvals can sort of be reset, or TFRs can be reset. I would say that's unlikely at this point. I'm thinking the best thing to do probably is to set the title of this stream to say likely scrubbed or probably scrubbed. Let's see. I feel like that's the responsible thing to do while we're chatting away. That'll do the trick there. Okay, so if anybody has any questions for me, put them down in the comments here. Let's have a chat. Anybody has anything they would like to ask? What have we got here? Templar 7832. Marcus, what do you think they will do about muscle wastage on the way to Mars? Paying passengers doing 2 hours of exercise a day for 6 months. I'd like your opinion. Yeah, look, I think that's always a really interesting topic, and it's always worth looking at some of the earlier tests that have been done with people that have been on the International Space Station for a long period of time. And obviously there is a lot of issues that can occur, especially if there's not correct exercise done in the correct ways and all this sort of thing. And that's why they've been testing more recently different ways to exercise in space on the space station. There's been some fairly lengthy trips up there, but I guess the question always ends up being, yeah, but when they come back to Earth, they're quite weak. It takes them a while to recover. They can't really do that if they are landing on Mars and needing to all of a sudden be incredibly productive and doing all sorts of tasks and things like that. I agree that is certainly something that needs to continue to be researched and find better new ways of trying to mitigate those issues. I know that they've been testing, and I forget the actual paper that I read, the actual source for it off the top of my head, but I did read a paper about a certain drug that can be used that sort of lowers the amount of degradation. I can't remember exactly where that was published, or whether it was just something that was one of those ideas for way down the track, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, the dream at some point is to make some sort of form of artificial gravity by either rotating a vessel, a much larger vessel. We've seen so many things in the past from, concepts like, a huge ring station that's sort of spinning. You sort of see it in sci-fi all the time, this way to make artificial gravity by just spinning a very large cylinder or a very large space station around Those sorts of ideas are okay, but the problem with them is that we just don't have the capability to build something of that magnitude, that scale yet. And also you have to make something that can not only be spun up in a way, it also has to then have reasonable control. So, you shoot it off towards Mars, you spin the thing up. You don't want it to sort of end up with some sort of wobbling kind of effect. So, things have to be balanced really perfectly for that stuff to work. You've only got to, get something that's unstable and try to spin it around, to see that as soon as there's something not quite balanced right, you end up with forces pulling in one direction. So, it can be really tricky to make something of that scale that can also spin and provide that gravity. You don't necessarily have to provide 1g of gravity, of course. You can provide a much smaller, like even a third of a G would make a huge difference. It would let people have that normal sort of feeling of being able to lie down or whatever. I always think, and I remember there was an interview with, I can't remember the astronaut that talked about it. It may have been Scott Perezinski at some point, but he was essentially saying that one of the things they struggled with the most was just swallowing in zero gravity. If you kind of imagine fluid inside your mouth will actually make its way down the back of your throat and that sort of thing, where when you're sleeping it's important, whereas in zero gravity it kind of just forms a big bubble in your throat, in your mouth, and you've sort of got to almost train your body to swallow this stuff down all the time, and you don't sort of realize that all these sort of things are having to be learnt by astronauts as they make have their first weeks in space. A very interesting question though. Can they make it so that people have got the correct muscle mass by the time they get to Mars? It depends largely, I think, on the length of time it actually takes to get to Mars with the trajectory chosen. So, you can take the slowest possible trajectory out to Mars, which is your typical bare minimum home and transfer, and that'll take you, I forget the exact number of days, but it's very lengthy. Whereas if they can actually use something like Starship that's got a much larger amount of delta V in it, especially if it's being completely filled in low Earth orbit before it takes off, then they can potentially cut that trip in half. Like a little bit of extra velocity is multiplied over many months to make a huge difference, right? So what I think the most important thing to really be looking at is getting the people, getting astronauts there quickly, rather than having to worry about, muscle degradation over a longer period of time. It's a very interesting topic, though. I'm interested to know other people's thoughts in the comments on that. Let's see what else. Oh, we've got so many chats here. Let's see. Is it scrubbed? A lot of people are asking if it's scrubbed. As far as we know, it is scrubbed at this point, unless I'm hearing, unless there's any more information coming to light that I haven't spotted yet. As far as we know, it is scrubbed for the day. Thanks, Ryan, for the super chat. I just answered it as I saw it come in. But yes, the launch appears to be scrubbed at this point. Stephen there saying 3 starships tethered together, 1 in the middle, 2 on the outside, spinning. Seen an interesting video on this. Yeah, look, I've seen a couple of these videos as well, simulating, could you sort of cable 2 starships together and sort of get them spinning in a certain way so that there's gravity, artificial gravity being, being provided on both starships at the same time. It's probably, it could potentially be possible, but probably not practical. Again, you have to have the two in balance so well, and if it was sort of a cable that isn't, if it's attached by some mechanism that's just a flexible cable, I can't see how it would ever really stay stable. If there was some sort of more rigid structure between the two, some sort of rigid arm that keeps them together correctly, then maybe, but again, that's quite an engineering challenge to try to make something like that and deploy something like that in space, because you need a fair amount of distance. I forget exactly how much span you need to say create half a G as an example. I don't see how it could really work just with cables alone. There'd have to be some sort of rigid structure. Could you have the Starship spinning like a small ring? Yeah, sort of similar issues. The Starship itself isn't big enough to produce gravity in a way that's going to be comfortable. You can always have G-forces in a small vessel, just spinning, but if it's not, if you don't have a wide enough radius on the whole thing, it's pulling you in multiple directions at the same time, so it just doesn't feel correct. It feels like you're being spun instead of having that nice gentle effect of gravity. Seems tomorrow is the next schedule for the FAA. Yes, that is currently what we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing that it could happen tomorrow instead. I think that is the most likely thing at the moment. Net Friday is what I'm seeing from everybody. Martin, why not just install artificial gravity generators? I would love it if we'd invented those things. That would be great. What else have we got here? Let's see. Yeah, that's an interesting comment there, Miguel, on the actual crane there, Tankzilla, which we're seeing there on the left side of the screen. It is a big, expensive crane. You would assume that they're going to probably roll it a little out of the way. Although it is deceiving. That's the one thing to keep in mind when you look at these top down. Like if you ever look at an RGV aerial photography image or video, these things are spaced much further apart than they appear on camera, because remember, these cameras have got quite a zoom level on them. You're sort of seeing it at a perspective that's kind of a little bit unnatural, so you don't get a real sense of distance between all the elements there. I mean, it looks like SN7.2 is sitting right next to Starship SN9, and they're actually very far apart. They're quite a long way apart. I might see if I can actually track down an RGV shot, because we might have a slightly better perspective on how far apart they would be. Let's just have a quick look here. Nope. Just trying to see if I have a recent one. It would be an interesting shot, actually. I actually don't know if I've got one. A recent one, anyway. No, it doesn't look like I do. I thought we might have had an RGV shot there that shows it in a little bit more detail, but I don't see it. It might be that it's just out of frame. Perhaps, is what I'm thinking. Yes, anyway. On to the next question. So, let's see here. Anyone know why the scrub... Why it was scrubbed today? It was essentially scrubbed, we are guessing, due to weather, potentially weather. The wind was still a little high. It was up over 24 miles per hour when it was last shown here on the live stream. Saying that, we have a live status saying road closed, pad clear. So yeah, that's interesting as well. I'm not sure why they would be clearing the pad. Potentially they may go for a wet dress rehearsal still. Maybe that's what they're going to attempt to do. Certainly I think we can assume that there's no launch today, obviously. But yes, there could still be a test going on with a wet dress rehearsal. I probably won't stick around for that though, because they're fairly standard tests at this point. There's not really a lot to wait around for there. Is it possible that the FAA hadn't yet approved the flight and then made the announcement so people would leave them alone? I don't know. That's a good question. I know that the FAA has in the past, especially with the SN8 flight, they hadn't actually given approval for that until quite a short amount of time before the flight. So, it's always interesting. I'm not sure why the FAA approval seems to be so hard to obtain. It seems to be one of those things that always seems to be a bit of a fight just to obtain this FAA approval. You'd sort of think that that it would be able to be done reasonably well in advance, but it seems to almost come right down to the wire each time. Yeah, there's a few other people in my Discord and whatnot also saying that they think that they may do a wet dress rehearsal. For Unleashed 75, I wouldn't want a wet dress. Yes, who would want a wet dress? A few people also in Discord here asking why I think that it has been reduced to a 10-kilometre flight. Look, that's interesting. I actually don't know the answer for that question. It seems to have switched back and forth a few times. It was 12.5 kilometres, and then it was 10, and then 12.5 again, and then it seems to be 10 today again. So I don't know why they're shifting it back and forth. I'm wondering if various weather conditions might dictate slight differences in the way they want to run the test. Maybe these things change almost daily depending on what the winds are like, what the atmosphere is like, what the temperature's like even. I don't know. I'd love to hear some theories on why they may be changing it back and forth between 10 and 12.5. That is an interesting question. Yeah, I mean that's a good response there, and I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I think it's probably more about high altitude winds. You can have very different wind forces at higher altitudes. So if the higher level winds are looking a little more rough, maybe they just lower it that day. It could be as simple as that. Honestly, the difference in the actual flight test doesn't really matter. Like whether they do a 10 kilometre or a 12.5 kilometre, they're still going to test in the same way. They've still got plenty of time to do the belly flop, do all that control manoeuvring on the way down, and attempt the landing. So really it doesn't make a great deal of difference. 10 kilometres is what's on the website currently. Thanks, Arco. Yes, that's very true. So it's... I've got an interesting message there saying, from approval voting, winds at 10 kilometres right now. 45 miles per hour from the southwest. Interesting. Are you currently under daylight savings here in Tasmania? Yes, I am. It's 5 a.m. here in Tasmania, so for you up there in Brisbane, you're an hour behind what we are. But yes, I will have a morning nap after the stream ends for sure. I'm already kind of up and awake and buzzed and everything now. I'm kind of really... I'm a little bit bummed that it's been scrubbed for the flight. I was really looking forward to that, and the timing of it was actually really quite good as well, because I was available to launch this one. I do potentially have some things tomorrow that are going to interrupt me if I was going to do a stream on Friday. We'll see. I might have to rejiggle some things, see if we can make it happen still. Thank you for answering questions without requiring a super chat. Honestly, it just depends. The lower the number of viewers drops, the more I get to scan over the content. Quite often the super chat ones are just the ones that are appearing in front. It's not intentional. I try to answer the odd question that's coming in. Vayos, hey Vayos, how you going? That rings a bell. What will you do if it lands perfectly this time? Do a little dance. I would totally do a little dance if it landed correctly this time. It's one of those things. I'm so excited to see a full flight that does make that landing. And the tricky thing about the landing itself, to me, and especially in my mind still, is those tiny little legs, the tiny little landing legs. I just feel that such little dinky things. They're all, they're made essentially. I mean, they're basically just a crush core designed as a little piece of steel tubing that sort of crushes up. The design of it actually is quite interesting. It's just got sort of larger holes at the bottom, and then the holes get smaller and smaller and smaller, so it crushes easy at the bottom and gets sequentially harder to crush as it crushes up. And I don't know if anybody has got a link to the crushed legs. If anybody happens to spot a link to the to a photo of maybe NASA spaceflight where they've seen the legs all crushed up. It's kind of an interesting thing to compare what they look like before flight versus after flight. They're definitely a one-use only item, put it that way. They don't get used a second time. They're pretty much garbage after they land. Landing is nothing, doing it controlled is another thing. Yes, that that is true. You can call anything a landing, I suppose. Sorry, Marcus, the legs were supposed to be bigger. We had a schematics problem, so went with it. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Vale. It's like a throwaway shock absorber. That's exactly right. They're just made to basically crush into themselves as soon as it lands. Is it just me, or does the tip look way different than SN8? I don't think it does it? I'm not sure what you mean by that. So that's an interesting kind of like from T-Bounds there saying NASA Spaceflight are saying that SpaceX are working with the FAA to fly today. If that's true, that would certainly be awesome. I don't know. It's hard to say. Super chat there from 64 Pink 256. Aussies are okay. I do not care what anyone says. Oh, thanks, man. I don't know what to say about that. I'm all choked up. Overlook Horizon. If I pay for shipping, will you send me some Tim Tams? I really miss those. Oh man, don't you get Tim Tams in the US? Tim Tams are the best. They're the best. Someone will have to send a link in the chat to show what Tim Tams look like. They're just basically chocolate-covered, biscuity goodness, awesome things. I love them. And yes, I will happily send you some Tim Tams, Tori. That's no problem at all. Oh man, Super Chat's coming in all of a sudden. £5 there from KD. Thank you, KD. Thank you. Tristan as well, thank you as well. Well, that's amazing of you, especially in a stream that has essentially, we think, been scrubbed. Although I'm still getting the odd little question in my mind when people are saying, "Oh, they could still be working on a new FAA approval." I'm not sure how likely that really is, but I feel like we should stick around and just kind of hang out for a while just in case. Huge. Got to take a Tim Tam break here and there. Absolute godsends. Yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure. I want a Kinder Egg. The real ones from Germany. The USA ones are really bad. Yeah, okay. I must admit, I haven't had a Kinder Egg for years and years and years. I've got no idea what they're even like. I know they're still a big thing over here at Easter time. Super Chats funding Tim Tams. Yeah, that's true. Cool. So does anyone have any other questions just about Starship in general? We can talk about all sorts of stuff. We're here. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I can't go to bed now. The day's just starting for me. If SN9 is successful, how long do you think it'll be before they try it with that booster rocket? I'm assuming you mean the Super Heavy? The Super Heavy booster. So the Super Heavy is really interesting. In fact, this week we've seen some quite interesting updates, which I'm going to be talking about in my video on Saturday. So I've had the wrong assumption that it appears that the liquid oxygen tank and the liquid methane tank would be around the same order as we see with Starship. So on Starship we see the liquid oxygen tank down the bottom, which is the larger of the two. And then I'll grab the model here. So we've got the, I think Hang on a sec. So we've got the Starship there. We've got the, obviously you've got the skirt section here. And then above that you've got the liquid oxygen tank and the liquid methane tank roughly there, right? So the smaller tank on top. On the super heavy booster, what it looks like it's going to be. So here's the super heavy booster. I've got to sit back a bit more for that. All reversed. So on the super heavy booster, it looks like they're actually going to have the methane on the bottom, and then the much larger liquid oxygen tank, which should basically span, you know, from. I've got to come back a bit further. You know, so your liquid methane may come up to roughly here somewhere, and then your liquid oxygen sort of way up. So I always had the misconception that it was going to be ordered the same way as Starship, which just seemed the logical thing in my mind. But the reason why they wouldn't do that, grid fins flapping around, the reason why they wouldn't do that is because you've got to have a huge downcomer. So that the downcomer from the Starship diagram we saw a little bit earlier, if you were hanging around at the time, the downcomer was kind of coming down through the liquid oxygen tank fairly long, but in the super heavy booster it is going to be massively long. If you have to, let's say that the liquid oxygen here was down the bottom, it would come right up to about here somewhere, so you'd have to have this huge downcomer for the liquid methane running all the way down to the engines, and it is a huge downcomer because it's got to feed. It's not feeding 3 engines like it is with Starship, it's going to be feeding 28 engines, so you've got to have a much thicker downcomer, much more metal. So to reduce a lot of that mass, having the downcomer, switching the tanks around and having the downcomer the opposite, having to only go from, say, the liquid oxygen tank down through the liquid methane tank is going to be a much shorter, it's going to be a much shorter deal. And I think that's quite interesting in that it's worked out that way. The other thing to recognise as well is the booster. It's essentially, right, it's almost like an arrow. Like when it comes back down, it's going to come tail first, and you almost want it to behave like an arrow. You want as much mass down the bottom as you can. You want this to be largely empty space so that it acts like an arrow with an arrowhead, right? And what you really want to have is as much mass down the bottom here as you can, and by having the liquid oxygen tank here, any liquid oxygen that is actually left would be sitting in the bottom of that vessel, which I think is it's obvious when you think about it. I don't know why I had the misconception that it should be the other way around just because Starship was that way around. I'm not sure whether that's a more recent change that we've just picked up on, or whether that's something that's always been intended almost from day one. I did tweet Elon Musk about that the other day. I didn't have a reply on it. Obviously it's hard to get hold of Elon Musk, but I find that really quite interesting, and hopefully we're going to see a little more about that as the progress evolves. I did have a question in Discord. It's like, oh, well, how did you know? How did you pick up that this was like that? And I didn't actually. Brendan, who is I've already talked about today a couple of times. Brendan is a champion, and he's monitoring this stuff really closely, and he managed to count the rings in such a way that led us to believe that that was definitely going to be the liquid oxygen tank on the bottom, because you need to have the bulkheads in the correct place, and as soon as we know, okay, well, that's now too big for a liquid methane tank, then it's kind of all we need to know. So that is the assumption at the moment. We'll talk about that a little more in the video coming up on Saturday. There is a tweet here from Brendan that sort of illustrates this a little better. I might just bring it up on screen actually. It's always just a little bit easier to visualize if I actually bring it up. So here we go here. So this is the tweet from Brendan the other day, which is where some of this information was coming from. So what we see is BN1 it appears to be around 16 rings tall in the high bay there. And we've been able to count it from a few angles. RGV has some great shots of it as well, but it has grown since the latest RGV flight. So all these clues together will let us see some insight into what's going on. So that's probably something very similar to what the Super Heavy booster is going to look like. You've got the much larger liquid oxygen tank at the top and the liquid methane tank down the bottom. And obviously, if these were reversed, you'd have to have a much longer downcomer there, like what I was saying before. And as Gameplay Review UK there is asking, where did you get your shirt? Good question there. We've already covered that. But yes, again, if you would like that shirt, that's Brendan's shirt. You can get that straight from his store. And the link to that is in the description as well. I think I popped in a link to the full store as well as just the as well as the individual shirt that I'm wearing. And I should actually show the shirt that I'm wearing as I'm talking about it. How can I promote a shirt if I don't show it? So yes, it's a cool shirt. I really love it. It's one of Brendan's diagrams. All the funding's going straight to Brendan. It's terrific the work he's doing there. So I love promoting great shirts, and I love wearing great shirts while I'm doing my main videos for the weekend. Wow, we've still got 1,500 people hanging around. I thought that most people would have left after knowing that the flight was largely scrubbed. But yes, for those people that are just joining now, the flight is scrubbed as far as we know. But we are getting the odd little query here and there saying that, oh, well, is it possible for the FAA to re-add some new ones today? I don't think that's possible. But there is the odd little query still going out about that. But yes, now getting back to that right-hand side screen. You can see here that what they're intending to make is something that's has as much mass as possible down the bottom of the vessel. So if you can have most of the mass here, it just means that it's going to fly in bottom first naturally. It's not going to be trying to flip over or anything like that. Whereas if these were flipped and you had a fair bit of mass further up the top, it would make it less stable as it was trying to re-enter the atmosphere and come down to land perfectly on a launch mount, or perhaps even being picked straight up out of the sky by some magical capture device, which still boggles my mind if that's ever going to be possible. I love the idea, but I wonder how practical that is compared to maybe even landing it in a launch mount. Matt Lown, hey buddy, how you going there? How you going? Hope you're doing well. When hop? Yes, when hop indeed. I wish I knew. Hopefully we'll be hopping tomorrow. We have closures for Friday, no earlier than Friday at this point, so that's what we are thinking. That is what we are thinking currently. I don't see any reason that we're going to see any change today, though. So I have, as I said before, I have renamed the video today to say likely scrubbed, which is, I think, possibly understating it. Maybe I should just say scrubbed at this point. So yes, anyway, going back to some more questions, if anybody has any. What else have we got here? Hop no today, probably, yes. That's true, class. That is true. I wonder if SpaceX will be using the Lown lazy method of docking for orbital refueling. That is, I'm sure, a reference to one of Matt Lown's videos that I'm not familiar with, so I will let Matt answer that in the chat. Matt there saying, Boca Chica residents are being told that SpaceX is working with the FAA to still fly today. And see, I keep hearing this rumour, so that's why I'm still holding off a little in just saying scrubbed, because I think they may still be working towards it. So it's going to be interesting to see. We certainly don't see much evidence of it, but the road is closed, the pad is clear, so that is progress. Whether it's progress towards a flight or a wet dress rehearsal, we just don't know. So on Lab Padre's stream there, it's saying fairly strictly there, no flight today, try again tomorrow, other testing still possible. But yes, I keep hearing this rumour coming back saying that they're still trying to negotiate flight approval. People are like, yeah, show us some actual facts though. Where's the link? Where's some information that says this? What is the next step? Oh, cool, but that is the next step. When will they try it with Super Heavy? See, this is the thing. The Super Heavy flight, test flight, Elon Musk was saying would happen. He was predicting within a few months, a little while ago. So I don't know. We've got a BN1 that's obviously it's getting quite tall in the high bay there. We're still waiting a little bit more to see kind of all the way the bottom plumbing's working out and the way all of those final parts are going to come together. But really, in the end, we need to wait for that full stack, and it still seems a little way off. It's been progressing slower than I thought that it would, to be totally honest. I thought we would have seen the stack come up fairly quickly, given that we had, we've had ring segments available for a long time now. Sort of scattered around the site. So we sort of thought that most of the stack would have already been complete. I suspect they're probably waiting on a combination of all the thrust puck engineering, because that's going to be really interesting to see how all of that fits together. I suspect we're probably going to have it. We're probably going to see it fly with 3 or 4 engines. I know one of the last tweets that Elon Musk talked about was saying that it would be between 2 and 4. I suspect it'll probably be 4. I don't know why you would fly it just with the 2. It seems just a little bit more risky. It's a pretty big vessel. You want a fair bit of gimbal control and this sort of thing, I think. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it fly with 4 engines. And how far away that may be remains to be seen. I don't really know. Condenser is condensing on Lab Padre's pad cam, so there is progress there. The condenser is condensing. That's what we want to see. I believe Elon cited that the problem with the Super Heavy would it be not being ready. Sorry, I'm struggling to read that. It being ready, it would be the stand being ready. Look, that's true. I understand what you're saying now. Because you do have to have the Super Heavy launch stand available. At the moment, there doesn't seem to have been a lot of progress made on that. I think it's probably just likely due to those massive pillars. I probably should see if I can find an image of it while we're talking. The massive pillars are filled with concrete. And although concrete will dry fairly rapidly, you're talking about a huge volume of it, so they may need that to really cure before they start building structures on top, maybe. I'm not really that knowledgeable about concrete and its limitations, so I'd love to know what anyone else thinks about that. I'll see if I can find an image of it from RGV. We must have one here somewhere. One of the more later ones. There we go. That's one right there. Let me just bring that up. Because some of you may not know what we're talking about there with the Super Heavy launch pad, so I'll just quickly open that so that we can have a quick look at it. There we go. Sorry, just moving windows around everywhere. Okay, here we go here. So this is a photo from RGV Aerial Photography's latest flyover. And again, if you're not following RGV, just such brilliant insight we get. We quite literally couldn't get a lot of the information without seeing it from these above shots. It's an extraordinary view that we get to see, and we get perspectives that will let us spot things on the ground that can't be seen from the ground. Obviously, if you're looking at a camera level, it's just really hard to see from a ground level. Sorry, it's really hard to see inside what might be laying on the ground. So we see a lot of insight from this. But if we zoom in here, this is the structure that we're referring to. This is the Super Heavy launch pad. So they've sealed off the top of these to help that dry out. But these two here are open at the moment, and I'm not 100% sure whether these, I can't quite recall if these have been opened the whole time or not. I need to go and have a look at some earlier photos, but I'm wondering if they're just sort of still waiting for everything to cure down here before they can add the top to this structure, because until they've got this structure built, I don't think that they're going to be launching the Super Heavy. I guess it could be possible to put the Super Heavy on one of the other test stands, but I don't think they're going to attempt to do that. That seems, it seems to me that this is the primary purpose for this to be here right now, and yeah, I'm interested in other people's thoughts on that. Well, we are now getting messages here saying that the temporary flight restrictions are back for today. Is that true? Is that... I don't know how much I can always trust what's in the chat these days. Let's see what my Discord's saying. Boca Chica residents are being told that SpaceX is working with the FAA to still fly today, as a tweet from Michael Baylor less than 10 minutes ago. We have messages to that effect coming in from other places as well. Just trying to see order of the times that things have come in here to my feed. So who knows? Maybe it isn't scrubbed. Should I take the... I don't know. I don't know what we should do at this point. I feel like there's still potential. What's everyone's thoughts? FAA equals fly as always. TFR reinstated for today. So there we go. I mean, yeah, we could still be on. We could still be on. Get Joe back. Yeah, I think Joe's probably out for the day. But it was super awesome to have Joe on board. But maybe we'll actually rename the stream back again to how it started, just in case, because it's looking like it's got some potential again. Let's see what happens. And yeah, thanks again, everybody, for liking the chat as well. That helps a lot to get the publicity out there, so there's other people seeing it to join. That is always appreciated. Likely unscrubbed. We'll just rename it to likely unscrubbed. Oh man, it has been a crazy day so far. And it's only 5:35 a.m. for me, and it's already been a crazy day. That is true. We are saying, that is true what you're saying there, Quantum Fire. It could just be that the flight restrictions are due to some other pressurized tank, not a flight. It could be potentially related to SN 7.2. Maybe do they do flight restrictions for the bopper tanks? I can't remember off the top of my head. That is a good question. That is a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Why is SpaceX media so quiet about these launches? I can never find a date and time for these things. That is because they don't tell us. I guess it all comes down to the nature of the testing that we're seeing here. This is very much prototype testing, and nothing's really set too much in stone. It's not like a Falcon 9 that is going to launch at a certain date at a certain time to hit a particular orbit. None of that is a consideration for this, so they can literally tinker with Starship all day, and we'd really have it doesn't really make any difference. So they kind of give us these very big windows to sort of go from. Is this scrubbed? It is looking like it may not be scrubbed, but it also may be scrubbed. So we don't know. We're still waiting for more information. The temporary flight restrictions have been reopened again for today, which has been a bit of a surprise for all of us, I think. Marcus, is there any difference from SN8 and SN9? It's a good question. I don't think there's a great deal of differences in the build itself. There would definitely be differences in there somewhere. I don't really know of many differences between the two vessels. They were almost made as mirror prototypes from each other. SN10 to a degree, I think, and SN11 are all very similar. And at SN15 is where a lot of changes are starting to happen. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Metal thickness obviously is going to be a bit of a change coming soon, assuming that the SN7.2 test tank sitting there on the left-hand side is all good. So that's going to be interesting to see over time if those tests succeed. That's a good question as well. Do you think that SpaceX are being moved down to a lower altitude hop? I don't think they would do that. The intention's always been to do a hop 10 kilometres, 12 kilometres. I mean, the originals for SN8 was 20-kilometre flight, and then it got lowered sequentially a number of times until it got down to the 12.5-kilometre flight. Do we know any more about SN13 and 14, Matt? Yes, we do. It seems like they're being scrapped. We also think that SN12 is, unless I'm misremembering that, I think that SN12 is also potentially being cannibalised a little as well. We don't expect that to fly either. We are thinking what we're going to see is SN9, SN10, SN11, and then probably a jump straight up to SN15 is our prediction at the moment. I think I've got to go back and have a look at some of the stuff that happened earlier in the week, but I think they've actually cannibalised one of the parts that was designated for SN12 even. Correct me if I'm wrong. J-Man Hockey 2, thanks for the info. Just love to watch this stuff, and it's a disappointment to miss these tests. I mean, it's always disappointing to miss a test if something actually happened. I was walking into a theatre for my kids' end of year presentations at school. Just as SN8 was landing. So it was like the worst timing ever. I'm sitting there in a queue on my phone waiting to get into the theatre watching SN8 land. So that was definitely not great timing for me, but I'd still got to watch it live, which was a lot of fun. Explore the scenes. As an Aussie, are you looking forward to Starlink internet? Oh man, am I ever looking forward to it. I mean, I've been actually quite lucky the last two live streams. The reason I haven't done a lot of live streaming in the past is because the internet here can be a little bit funny. But interestingly, we've just gotten a solar system set up here on the house as well. So we've kind of got, we do get the odd bit of power fluctuations that would just disconnect us. So, we'd have a bunch of people that all of a sudden go missing. I just go missing from the live stream all of a sudden because we've had a power outage. That has now been minimised literally as of the other day. We've got a bit of a solar and battery backup going on now so that we can stream with just a little bit more confidence, which I think is going to be good. Yes. Today's TFR is only up to 7,200 feet. So that's interesting. I wonder whether the temporary flight restriction is for the test tank instead in that case. I'm interested in the thoughts on that. If anybody's sort of listening to other feeds as well, I'm not sure what the consensus is on this yet. We're all kind of guessing really, but I'm interested in everybody's opinions on it. I'm keeping a bit of an eye on the pad itself to see if we can spot any clues. Not much has really been happening as far as I've spotted, although I have been scrolling around feeds and things, so maybe I've missed something. If anything happens in the actual feed that we're watching here from Lab Padre, let us know. As is noted there on the far left, TFR removed, unclear if a launch attempt may yet happen today. Are the testing still possible? So that's Lab Padre's opinion from that side of things. Certainly interesting. The wind has come down. We're now down to what we're seeing there. What's that? 15. The text is a little bit small for me to read. What are we? 20 miles per hour as the wind gust. It was up to around 24 or something before. That's the wind gust, of course. The actual wind down to 15 miles per hour. So that's probably within the correct tolerance that we need for a launch. I think that somewhere between 15 and 20 is okay. Any more than that starts to get a little bit more concerning, I think. Yeah, KD. I was going to say that based on TFR times, I don't think it's going to be for SN9, as they would want to do it in daylight, not overnight. Those are just my thoughts. Yes, look, I totally agree. They're not going to fly SN9 at night. It just doesn't make any sense. They want this to be a highly publicised event. They don't want to fly it at night when they can't get beautiful footage of it, where we can't all get beautiful footage of it and be excited about it. I'd be very, very surprised. Spinning around. I'd be very surprised if we saw that fly after darkness sets in. That would be very odd. Yeah, I think that's probably a generally good assumption to make at this point, that the flight restrictions are for the 7.2 test tank, which would also be quite interesting to watch, by the way, because they more than likely will test it to destruction this time. They just did the general pressure test the other day, all went successfully. The idea with these test tanks, though, is to push them to the absolute limit until they can find out what exactly is going to what sort of pressures are going to break that apart. What have we got here? I've just got a few pings and things. What have we got here? We have something here from Elon Musk. Actually, that is what we want to see. When was this from? 5:43. What's he saying here? Unlike its aircraft division, which is fine, the FAA Space Division has a fundamentally broken regulatory structure. Their rules are meant for a handful of expendable launches per year from a few government facilities. Under those rules, humanity will never get to Mars. So by the sounds of that, it sounds like there's a lot of frustration with Elon Musk and the FAA right now. So I imagine that there's a little bit of tension there between the approval process, that's frustrating, because they've been planning this launch for a long time. It's not like it needs to come down to the wire like this. So maybe there's still negotiation going on as we speak about FAA approval. Maybe this thing can still change today. Maybe there's people on the phone right now, quite literally. I'm just going to retweet this as we're talking. There's probably people negotiating an FAA approval as we speak. So, although it appears to be scrubbed because of this reason, perhaps there's still a chance that it could open up. But yeah, I mean, it's a reasonably scathing tweet there from Elon, essentially saying that it's fundamentally broken. That's definitely a sign of frustration, and we've seen Elon in the past being quite frustrated with the approval processes that are required to really make these tests happen quickly. You can always see both sides, but to a degree, you kind of want something that's this expensive and this important to be treated with a fair amount of priority, I think. And it'd be great if the FAA could get behind this, even to the point where approvals can be known a little bit earlier. Would be wonderful. Elon doing an angry, it definitely sounds like there's some frustration there right now, and probably rightly so. If it comes down to the wire before they can get an approval, that's extremely frustrating. It's not cheap to run these tests. you know, there's a lot of preparation involved every time they've got to prepare this. They've got to close down roads, which are currently underway. You know, that they're currently closed. You've got to inconvenience everybody. If you can't get an approval on the flight until right at the last minute, that's a real problem, and it's sad if that's the case. Mr. Big Shorts, I'm not sure what's bigger, the hype for Starship to fly or the hype for Kerbal Space Program 2. Oh, it's definitely for Starship to fly, but definitely some hype for KSP 2. I'd really love to see that soon. It seems to keep getting delayed, and actually Matt there in the chat would know a little bit more about what the current date, the proposed date for KSP 2 would be. I'm interested to know myself, but I think the last I heard it's been pushed back into 2022. Is that correct? Matt, I've got no idea. Yep. I think the last I heard it was like 2022. So I know with Kerbal Space Program 1 that was always a much lengthier process than anyone would have liked to have the releases. Joe Walters, this is why we need offshore spaceports. And look, that's the perfect transition, perfect segue into that topic, because I feel like we should have spoken about that already. And it's absolutely true that having spaceports out there that sort of gets around a lot of these issues, these localized issues with approvals, is going to make all the difference in the world. Remember, it's a hard job as well for the FAA. They've got a lot of things that they've got to consider, and safety, safety recommendations, and all this stuff flows through to flight restrictions and things like that. So it's not a small thing. It just seems to me like that maybe all the different arms aren't really connected together there. You know, you would expect that if you've got temporary flight restrictions active, that the FAA approval would kind of be a given, but it doesn't seem to be that way. It seems to be a little bit haphazard, the way these things sort of work out. I'm just trying to see if I can find a shot of the drone, of the new spaceport ship. I believe we saw it actually in a recent video. Just 1 second, quickly Googling this. See if I can track down that spaceport ship. We had a nice little flyover by RGV earlier in the week that he's published on his channel. I'll shoot a link to that in a second. Where are we? That is not the one. There we go. I'll quickly grab the link for this for you guys, because it's a really nice, it's a nice video actually, really cleanly filmed. There we go there. I might just bring a quick little snippet up of the part that I'm actually referring to if you want to go there. And 100% subscribe to RGV Aerial Photography's YouTube channel. The footage, the raw footage here drops before we get access to it, which is the way it should be. I'm just going to bring it over here onto this screen. There we go. And just absolutely magic the work that Mauricio does every week, and I'm really proud myself because us as a channel, What About It, many other channels as well, all really promoted RGV Aerial Photography, promoted his Patreon a lot in the early months before he really started doing this as a weekly thing, and just collectively we managed to drive such enthusiasm behind it that he was able to make a full-on, a full-on thing out of it, a full-on business out of it. And although he can always use more funding to make it a little bit more sustainable for him, that was one of the more proud things that I think I've been involved in, really trying to help drive that and help promote that. I'm super impressed with what RGV's done there. And this is just a little snippet from the video link that I pasted there below. So there is Deimos, the huge spaceport, and it's quite a nice shot of it there as the flyover is occurring. And I'm not 100% sure. There's a couple of people that are sort of suggesting, could these be the start of some new drone ships or something? I don't know what they are. They kind of look a little bit like drone ships. But yeah, the flight there over that I just think is magic. And obviously I suspect the idea, if we just go back a little, the idea is that they would probably level a lot of this. There would obviously be quite a large launch tower that would be sitting on this on top of this beast, and yes, they would be using this for launches and landings, and they can move that that huge spaceport out wherever they want to in the ocean, well, realistically, wherever it can be supported. And that gets them away from all of the noise pollution issues that are going to occur with Starship, especially booster landings, so and Starship landings, because that is going to be one of the more interesting things that they've got to tackle. If they and we're going to see it. We're going to see it at some point because they're going to do much higher velocity test flights that land back at Boca Chica. And, you know, Starship alone is a huge beast. It's 9 meters wide, that vessel, just in case the scale of that has escaped anyone. It's really quite daunting. And we don't always get a good scale of it. You know, you kind of need to have cars or people standing next to it to sort of realise just how big this thing is. And in the end, I'll just switch back to my camera here. In the end, you know, this is going to make one hell of a sonic boom as it re-enters that atmosphere super fast and slows down to that point. It's going to be crazy, and the super heavy booster again will just be a ridiculous sonic boom. And you know, I don't even know if we've got any real. I don't know if we've really got any precedent for something that large that's going to be entering that fast. I mean, this thing is really quite astounding. You've got, obviously you had the space shuttle. The space shuttle was quite large, not quite as large as this, but that would have made one heck of a sonic boom as well. But it would have been much further away because they were coming in quite fast, and they weren't slowing down quite so heavily close to the base, I don't think. So, quite as close to the runway, I should say. So that's interesting. I'm not sure how this would compare. I'd be interested in your thoughts on that, actually, how this would compare sonic boom-wise to, say, the space shuttle, and just the differences between how that would have played out. It's interesting. What else we got here? Either Marcus House is a giant or that's a really small starship. How will they fit 100 people on that? Yes, that is true. FAA thought the rocket looked dirty and needed another scrub. Yeah. It's getting. I haven't had enough sleep to appreciate that joke well enough. Did they stop to pass? Did they stop to pass WD-40? What time is the flight? As far as we know, there may not be a flight at this stage, whoever's joining at the moment. Elon Musk, as we've just seen via Twitter, has had quite the frustration with the FAA today by the looks of it. As said, their FAA is basically giving SpaceX a hard time with the licensing because of the engine swap. Because of the engine swap, it is technically a new vehicle, is what Digby here is saying. I'm not sure exactly where that's from, Digby. Is that from a source of some sort, or is that something floating around somewhere that I haven't spotted yet? But yes, look. I mean, if that's part of the reason why the FAA are not providing approval, it's like, well, you know, the engines have been switched out now for quite some time. They've been static fired, so why couldn't approval have been given before now? I don't really, if that is the argument, I don't really understand the argument. Maybe somebody can clarify that in my mind. Hello, Marcus from Midwest States, USA. I love your channel. Thank you. It's interesting where everybody's from here, actually. And we did a little bit of a call out to see where everyone was from at the start. We had almost nobody. I didn't see many Australians popping up in that. It is 6 o'clock in the morning now, so if everybody spits their location out, we might see a few more Australians popping in. Where is everybody from currently? As the time zones sort of change back and forth, we tend to see a bit of a different mix. Germany, Finland, USA, Australia. There's an Aussie. Norway, West Coast, Melbourne. We're seeing quite a few more Australians in now. I didn't see many Australians at 3 o'clock in the morning. Germany, Belgium, lots from Germany. Wow, Canada, Colombia, Adelaide, and another Australian. Wow. Czech Republic, Salisbury. Yeah, so many people. Wow, it never actually. It never gets old actually seeing the chat do that, going ballistic. So awesome to have all of you join from here, from all around the world. It really blows my mind that you're all here. Again, you know, your interactivity here, your likes and everything help get this out. So thanks so much for all of you being here. Really appreciated. Does anybody, after the chat calms down, oh, there's J-Bone there from Mars. Nice one. You must have quite a Starlink connection from Mars there to have that connection. Josh from Canada, super glad to see quality content on YouTube from creators like you. Thanks, love the videos. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. I mean, we put a lot of effort into the videos, obviously, each week. We would spend on the order of maybe 20 hours doing the script, possibly more, and then maybe 30 hours editing. So it's like to do one of the weekend videos is probably about a 50-hour task. So it's not... And it's not just me. We're helping, getting others to help. GameplayReviewUK, who has been in and out of the chat. I'm paying Adam to help me with editing. In fact, he's probably editing for me right now because he's such a champion. Yeah, he's just literally said that in the chat. He's editing one right now around the clock because that's the only way it's going to get done, especially with me sitting in here chatting to you all instead of editing. So yeah, that's really funny. Thanks, Adam, for what you're doing there for me as we speak. So yes, I often get comments saying, "Oh, you don't need funding for this and that." It's like, no, well, we actually are supporting a team. We're supporting Brenton, and we've got Art as well, who's doing a little bit of work. We haven't actually fully disclosed Art on the end screen yet, but we will be at some point fairly soon. We've got Brendan obviously doing all these wonderful diagrams, helping a lot with the script around Starship. It's impossible for one person to keep up with it enough to have all of the expertise to produce those videos. And I'm the first to say that I don't even, my memory isn't always 100%. I don't even remember some of the things that are literally in the script that I recorded yesterday, some of the facts in there. There's only so much that can fit into here at any one time, and I feel like the older I get, the less fits, which I'm sure is the same for many people. So yes, it really is an evolving team, and appreciate all the support, especially Patreons, YouTube members. I don't know if people realize you can now sign up as a YouTube member, which gives you the little special emojis and things, and you also get access to our Discord if you're a Patreon or a member in YouTube here. So that just gives you more direct access to chat to me with the roles in Discord, which is awesome of everybody. On to some new questions. Let's see, what's everybody else got for me? Ask away. We're kind of on a roll now. 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning in Tasmania. What are we looking at? It's 1 p.m. in local time. So the original road closures were spanning, I believe, from 9 until 6, I think. So there was still technically another 5 hours left in the launch window, which would be mind-boggling, especially if they took, if for some reason the FAA comes through today and things change and all of a sudden closures happen, could this all be going on for another 4 or 5 hours? I don't know. When will it launch? That's a great question, whether it will even launch. We've been we have been thinking that it would have been scrubbed multiple times already. At the moment, as far as we're aware, it's scrubbed, but there's also interesting conversations going on and tweets being sent from Elon Musk citing some frustration with the FAA. So whether there's still negotiations going on to try to get a launch window today, I don't know. What's this? Just having a quick look here through some of the sources to see if I've missed anything. Appreciate the guys in my Discord as well, the quality control squad guys helping out. They're giving me the odd little clue as to what's going on. There's an interesting tweet here. Let me see if I can find it, because that sounds interesting. Thank you, Greg Scott, who just posted that one to me. Jeff Faust. The FAA has emphasised its new streamlined commercial launch regulations Part 450 intended to support higher launch rates and reusable launches, although those rules are still in the process of taking effect. So by the sounds of that, the FAA are starting to introduce some new regulations that will allow this to happen a little more in a more expedited manner, I would assume, from reading that, which I think would be a great thing. It really just depends, though, how fast that can happen. I don't think anything's going to be fast enough for Elon Musk to be 100% happy today. And then another following tweet saying the final rule was published in the Federal Register December 10th and takes effect after 90 days. So I might actually just pop a link to this in the chat because it's interesting if anybody wants to have a bit of a skim read. So there's some changes going on with the FAA processes, and that sounds to me to be at least heading in the right direction, which we want to see. We don't want to see things held up right down to the wire because of any regulatory stuff that just can't move fast enough. And with these launches, they change daily. What might happen, what might be approved today might be scrubbed due to a weather issue or a Raptor engine or any other million things, and you want to be able to get quick approval on the next attempt the next day, or especially if you're dealing with prototype vehicles like we are here. We're witnessing, one of the most unique space vehicles that we've ever seen, and we want to see this progress quickly. I'm getting a few messages here saying my audio is cutting in and out. Is everybody seeing that, or is the audio clear, or am I cutting in and out for everybody? Hopefully I'm not. Is the footage stuttering? People saying audio's fine, audio's good. Okay, no, that's fine. It's probably just the user's connection or just buffering going on. Loud and clear for most people by the looks. Thank you, everybody, for letting me know. Awesome of you. And a quick super chat here from Jay Tobson. Do you like the website spacerookie.com? I feel like that is an advertising plug. I'm not going to... I've never been to it, I will be totally honest. Hi Marcus, congratulations on the channel. Keep it up. Great work. Thank you. Xenomorph DNS. FAA boss is Jeff. It's okay, yep. I'm going to steer away from Jeff memes. Creative chaos. James, there was talk of the FAA scrub notice being cancelled, so now the FAA website is down again because it's getting spammed. Look, yeah, that quite often can happen. I've seen it, as soon as there's any amount of publicity around something like that that has people refreshing a website, all of a sudden it can go down. I know there was a lot of occasions of that with the road closure site, the SpaceX road closure site for Boca Chica. I reckon they've had to get all new servers and things just to host that website for when we're all smashing the road closures page. When will we see Marcus at Boca Chica? That is something that I would like to do. Obviously, with current restrictions, that's impossible, but or very near to impossible without going through all sorts of quarantines. I'd love to do it. I really want to get over to. I also want to get over to the Cape. I think it would be amazing. I've have never been to the Cape before. I'm ashamed to say, which surprises a lot of people, considering that that I am so passionate about what we talk about here every week and that sort of stuff. I've never been to the Cape. The closest I've been is actually Los Angeles and San Francisco. We were there for around a week. That is the closest I've ever been to an American rocket, I'm afraid. Really wanting to do another jump to Rocket Lab, much smaller scale rockets, but I really love what Rocket Lab are doing as well. Really love it, and that's the closest launch facility really worth jumping to that I have available to me at the moment. Make sure you hook up with Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Absolutely. I've chatted to Tim a number of times over the years, and he's been a big supporter of what I do. I'm a huge supporter of what he does. I just love everything that Tim works towards. He's just got such huge dedication to ultimate design and detail and deep dives. I just think what he's doing is incredible. Love Tim. Would love to catch up with him in person one day. It'll be great. Audio is good except for your accent, which is almost unintelligible. Speak English. It's like I get so many of these comments in my videos. I know you're just being sarcastic there, Seth, but yes, I get those legitimate complaints from those every week in my videos. People don't like the Australian accent. It isn't for everyone. I will be the first to admit that. For all of those that are fans of Hugh Jackman or Crocodile Dundee or the Crocodile Hunter, the accent can be a little bit to get used to. I'm with you there. In fact, even if because we watch so much TV from the US, that an American accent sounds so natural to me that if we hear an Australian in a United States show, it sounds really off. It sounds really weird. So that's even for me as an Australian saying that. Just woke up, WTF happened. Yes, what has happened so far, Lennon, is that we've had a scrub for reasons that we believe are related to the FAA approval, and there's current frustration with Elon and FAA approval at the moment, and I think they're probably trying to resolve this issue for today. There was question as to whether it may still happen, whether things could change. I don't know. At the moment, I am not going to predict it because we've seen strangeness happen before where things close off and then reopen. All we know at this point is that it's not looking likely. The roads are currently closed. The pad is clear. They could be doing some actual testing with SN7.2's test tank instead. It could be that they're doing a wet dress rehearsal instead, in the aim of hopefully going for a flight, perhaps, if they could get FAA approval at the last minute. So we'll see. There's actually still plenty of time in the launch window that was open, so it's going to be interesting to see if anything changes at this point. But as far as we know currently, it's looking like it's scrubbed. I'm from England and Australian accents are way better than British. Man, I'm a big fan of British accents. I love a lot of British comedy. Big fan of a lot of early British comedy. Really love all of the Blackadders, all of these sorts of shows. I'm a big fan of British comedy. As a fellow Tasmanian, I think Marcus sounds quite normal. Oh, that's good. I'm glad I sound normal to people that are down here with me. That is a relief. What else have we got here? I'm Mandalorian and my accent is English. Disappointed to see that the beast is still there. Just woke up. Yes, it is still here at the moment. Fingers crossed that things might change. We're not going anywhere just yet. Tasmania, have you been to Cradle Mountain? I have been to Cradle Mountain more times in this past 12 months that I've been there my whole life, actually. We had a really awesome experience with a Tesla Model 3 that we were able to hire out, and we drove it up Cradle Mountain, and then several weeks later it's like, oh man, I want to do that again. So we hired the Tesla Model 3. Pretty expensive, but we hired it all the same, and it was just such an awesome experience. I'd never driven an electric vehicle before that one, and just driving that up Cradle Mountain. It's a beautiful mountain in Tasmania. For anybody that happens to be touring in the future around Australia, please don't miss Tasmania. We are the little island down the bottom. You do have to take the extra little hop on the plane to get down here, but it is just such a magic place. I've lived here all my life. I just love it. Is that where Taz is from? Do you have a crocodile in your backyard? Nope, no crocodiles down here, mate. It's a bit too cold for crocs in Tasmania. You won't sort of find them around the south too much. Tell the US people complainers that the voice of Siri is an Aussie. Is that right? Is Siri an Aussie? Oh, isn't it? That's a dig, isn't it? That's like a joke. I'm assuming the accent from Siri depends on where you're loading Siri from, I would imagine. Is that true? I don't know. I don't have any iDevices. Lee, too windy and cold. In winter, it is windy and cold in Tasmania. It's beautiful this time of year, though. We had a beautiful day yesterday. It depends, we've got solar radiation that's still hitting us down at like 9 p.m. So the sun's out a long day in Tasmania during the summer, and we have very short days in winter where the sun's not really rising properly until about 9 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. or something like that. What is your opinion on Bowie, Marcus? I'm assuming we're talking about David Bowie. And the music. I love David Bowie's music, and I've become more of a fan of David Bowie's music since the Falcon Heavy launch, for obvious reasons. I didn't really listen to a lot of Bowie before that. It was so inspirational seeing that Falcon Heavy flight. That was certainly SN9. I'm just trying to think if SN9 topped that or not. SN9 was certainly huge. Whether it topped the Falcon Heavy flight with the Tesla Roadster on board, I don't know. That was such a bizarre day. Publicity-wise, if you look back at the stats and the followers that started following SpaceX, the Falcon Heavy launch was more monumental, I think, than the SN9 launch. Although that's really more of a perspective thing. I think they just put such publicity behind the Falcon Heavy flight. And I think that was really why maybe it just made a more noise. Whereas SN9 was, I almost feel like SN9 was downplayed just a little bit. We didn't really hear about it in the news. Like when Falcon Heavy took off and there's this car floating around space with Starman in it, that made worldwide news. It didn't matter where you were. Even in Tasmania here, where we'd be the last to ever see it on a news channel, it was all over the news here. And that, I think is probably a good indication that the Falcon Heavy flight seemed to be more influential. But yes, I certainly hope to see something more monumental for the first orbital flight test for Starship. I think that's going to be a real big one, especially if it re-enters successfully and lands and that sort of thing. Peter there saying that the voice of Siri worldwide is Karen Jacobson from Queensland. That's interesting. I'm not sure if this is just like jokes or whether that's serious. I'm going to have to look this up. I'm interested now. I heard the SN9 wasn't going to fly today. Any updates, Marcus? We haven't got any new updates apart from the more recent tweets from Elon venting a little about the frustration with the FAA. So we don't know whether it's likely. I know that we had a lot of rumours here, probably only less than an hour ago, that there was negotiations potentially going on to try to get flight approval. So we currently have a closed road. We've got a clear pad, and we are certainly, I think, going to see at least some testing of SN7.2 or maybe a wet dress rehearsal. It's a little bit hard to say at this point. And thank you to my patrons for pointing me towards that Susan Bennett link there. Susan Bennett, voice actor, the voice of Siri, Australian voice actor. How about that? It wasn't just jokes at all. That is factual. There you go. So next time all you people are making fun of my accent in the comments, take that. SpaceX was going to cancel for high winds, but then tried to change their minds. But the FAA said no. I don't know if that's true or not. I think that's just a rumor at this point. Countdown to Mars, a NASA conference yesterday got very broad attention as well, and we're still 3 weeks towards landing of the rover. That is a good topic of discussion, actually, and keep in mind you want to set your calendars for that. So the Perseverance rover is very, 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 very close now to its destination. It's hurtling towards Mars at a fantastic velocity, and it's going to be re-entering the atmosphere in around 3 weeks' time, and that is to the minute. That is scheduled almost to the minute. You can go and look up the landing time, set your calendar, and it should be announced very shortly after, as soon as we get note back. There's obviously the signal delay after landing. They've got to go through that entire re-entry process, which is just a extreme nightmare for any vessel to come in at that velocity. The 7 minutes of terror, I think it's called. And yes, that is going to be just awesome to see. Obviously, we've seen in the past Curiosity land successfully. There's a lot of similarities with this vehicle. There's a lot of also advancements on this vehicle as well. But just because they've done it once before, that doesn't mean it's not nerve-wracking watching them try to do it again. So everyone make sure you're staying tuned for that. I'll be glued to the TV when that's going on. So excited for it. Just catching up on a few comments here. SN8 was amazing. Starman could have been anything put into space. Wasn't really anything new. Yeah, look, that's a fair argument. I think the great thing about Falcon Heavy, though, was that there was a lot of question as to whether that would really hold together. There was a lot of concern that it just wouldn't even make it. It was definitely a vessel that had way more trouble than anyone had anticipated. Elon Musk especially just sort of originally thought, we'll just strap 3 boosters together, not a problem. The entire core of that needed to be totally re-engineered to support the huge forces put on by the side boosters. So I don't necessarily agree that there wasn't anything new there. True that it's a vehicle that's kind of been done before, and that you've seen things like Delta 4, the Delta 4 Heavy, and these sorts of vessels that do this similar thing. But for a private space agency, it was something unheard of, and I think that was something quite special. And the spectacle of the Roadster in space, I think, was what really made the news. It was just such an unusual thing to see. But yes, I also agree that SN8 was a huge achievement, or probably equaled in the achievement. Really, it just didn't seem to make quite as much noise as Falcon Heavy did. KM Samar Khan, what if Starship with crew fails? Does it have an escape system? No, it doesn't. This is a hotly debated topic that I see fairly frequently, actually, and I don't know what the real number of successful flights should be before you put crew on board something that doesn't have an escape system. When it comes down to it, the shuttle didn't have an escape system. If anything went wrong with the shuttle, as we sadly saw, it was kind of game over. And the argument from a lot of people that comment on this. It's like, well, yeah, but the shuttle had these flaws. Why would we reproduce these flaws? Is it possible to put some sort of abort system into Starship? I don't. Probably not practically, because it's such a large thing. It's almost like, saying, can we put an abort system on a 747? It's like, well, they've kind of attempted to design things in the past that would allow, some sort of abort system to take place. I remember some crazy idea where the entire cabin with all the crew could just drop down and then have like loads of parachutes come out. I don't know if that was even a real proposal or if that was just a bizarre video that I saw once about what if. But to a degree, if you can make something safe enough and it flies enough times, is what level of safety is enough to justify putting human lives on board? And it's a great question. As Gary has said there, Tim Dodd's got a huge video on just this topic, on why it should have an escape system and why it shouldn't, and debating this topic. And to me, it's not conclusive. It's not a hard, clear-cut answer to me. I think with obvious reuse and reflights and enough enough reliability built into the system to the point where it's extremely unlikely for it to fail, then it sort of borders on that amount of reliability you need. But I mean, you've literally got to have hundreds of flights, and the first 100 could be a fluke. You need to have literally hundreds. What percentage chance of death do you have to have before it's allowed to fly with crew on board? It's a great question. You would hope way less than 1%. If you've got a 0.5% chance of dying, is that too much? And you would sort of think that, well, space travel is risky. Regardless of what you do, space travel is risky. These vessels are flying at 27,000 kilometers per hour in low Earth orbit, or whatever the exact figure is. And this is something that is dangerous. It doesn't matter what you engineer; it is dangerous. If a capsule can also burn up if it's not re-entering correctly at the correct angle. There's been scares with capsules before as well. Really, a capsule it's kind of a sort of a dumb, blunt object, right? It plummets in through the atmosphere. They can control the pitch of it to sort of help, modify the angle of attack and that sort of thing to help control it. But in the end, it's risky no matter what you do. Is this more risky? I would say certainly yes, because you've got more people on board. Let's say you are taking 100 people on board. Which to me is something I think is going to be a great number of years before we see that level of that number of people on board a single flight. I think it's much more likely that we would have 5 people, 10 people for quite some time, along with cargo missions and things like that. I don't see that it will be used with 100 people, at least until it's got a ridiculous safety level. But even still, if you have got a vessel that's containing high pressure cryogenic liquids and fuels, it just takes one mishap, one accident, and the whole vessel's gone. It wouldn't. We saw the unfortunate incident of Crew Dragon, the one that returned from the Demo 1 mission, exploded on the pad. Capsules aren't immune to danger either. They've got dangerous fuels in them as well. I think the only thing that makes me think that there's a little bit more risk in this is because it's a much larger vessel. It's going to be taking more people at one time, and there's more surface area to go wrong. The more surface area to go wrong, you would assume the more likely things are to go to occur, and that was certainly the case with the Space Shuttle. The advantage that this has on Space Shuttle, though, is that this will actually launch on top of the booster, whereas Space Shuttle was strapped right to the side. So if anything at all went wrong with the booster, no matter what point in the flight, and the booster exploded, or one of the solid rocket boosters exploded, then the shuttle was toast, pure and simple. There is the ability with this, if at least the booster underneath was breaking up, that there could be an abort system to actually rapidly fire up all 6 of the engines, 3 vacuums and 3 sea level engines on this Starship vessel, to pull it away as soon as possible. And really, if something's exploding, it depends on the energy and the makeup of the explosion. Something can explode very violently, but most often what you see in launch explosions or failures is you'll see things break up. You see a lot of fuel, breaking out everywhere, and then it will kind of explode after that, after everything mixes. But if there's usually a few seconds in that process, more than enough time for, say, Starship to fire up and start accelerating away from a breaking up booster. So anyway, I feel like that was all a bit of a rant, but it was a great question. Thank you. I can't even remember who asked it now, but thank you. It's a good question. Not a conclusive answer either. I think it comes down to reliability. They need to get it super reliable. They need to do literally hundreds and hundreds of cargo missions, taking up probably many, many loads of Starlink satellites and many obviously client and government contract satellites and things like that. I think after they've got it as safe as it can be, then that's the time. Kevin, what's the ETA for the launch? The launch, as far as we know, isn't happening today unless something changes. There was argument that they may attempt to try to get FAA approval to change that plan, but currently I'm not seeing anything that indicates a change in that. I'll just quickly have a skim around here in my feeds to see if I'm missing anything. Yeah, okay. So it's probably interesting to see if anybody's on any of the other streams, whether people are talking about any news in that regard. I haven't heard anything. Normally, if somebody hears it on any of the other feeds, it'll end up in our chat here very quickly. So, yeah. I'll have to go, but as there will most likely not be a launch today, I'll be back tomorrow to watch it land from Taylor Jones there. No worries, Taylor. Glad you were able to stop by. Really, at this point, we're just kind of hanging out, just talking Starship and that sort of thing, in the hope that we get some more news about what's actually going on. I'd like to be able to just at least announce that, okay, it looks like they're going to do a 7.2 test or a wet dress rehearsal. We'll just see something conclusive. At the moment, we don't really know what's happening. It's just a little bit less clear than I would like it to be before I just decide we're going to end the stream for the day. 10-kilometre test does seem to be the target that they were aiming for. So yes, that's a quick question there. They did have a 12.5-kilometre target on Monday, I believe, and for whatever reason it seems to have dropped back down to 10 kilometres again for today's attempt that has now not happened. Interesting question there from Fugal. Marcus, didn't the shuttle have an escape system in the end launches in case of jump out with parachutes at 5,000 kilometres per hour? That is something I don't actually know off the top of my head. I would like to know more about that though. Did the space shuttle have an escape system in the end launches? I'm assuming it would be an escape system that was very limited. It would have to be something that's, if for some reason the re-entry hasn't gone quite right, but they've lost the ability to land on the runway, could they have sort of parachuted out in the last few kilometres? I don't know. That is an interesting question. I'm going to have to look that up. The capacitor there saying that I think Scott Manley has done a video on exactly that. Big fan of Scott Manley, of course. If you haven't heard of Scott Manley, you are missing out there. Oh, actually, I misread the original question where it was where Fugel there was saying, in case of jump out with parachutes at 5,000 kilometers per hour. I thought you were talking about 5 kilometers in altitude for some reason. No, I can't imagine that would ever be the case. I can't see anybody that would be jumping out at that velocity, not unless they've got some sort of thermal protection system suit or something like that. Fly safe. That is very, very, very relevant. There are some abort scenarios where the astronauts could not bail out of this, where the astronauts could bail out of the gliding shuttle. Okay, that's interesting. So, there could have been abort possibilities only in the very lower, velocity stages as it was gliding down to land. I would say that if for some reason they were coming in off target, there may have been a jump sort of system that they had put in place. I don't know. I need to read up on that. Just for people that are sort of joining and aren't aware of what's going on and what's happened with the FAA, essentially Elon Musk tweeted just a little bit earlier. I'll just bring it back up. I'll post a link to this in the chat because it is interesting. He's been talking a little more about the Plaid Model S over the last few days, so that's been kind of interesting. Here we go here. I'll just paste this just for people that haven't seen it. So that there was Elon Musk's reply to Chris B from NASA Spaceflight, who obviously is feeling some frustration around the regulatory approvals for the flight, and we at the moment we're thinking that is the primary reason why we're not seeing any action yet. Oh, I can't actually paste the full thing into my own chat window. Sucky YouTube, that is very sucky of you. In a second, I'll do it in 2 messages then, YouTube. So that was the full text there from his tweet. So unlike its aircraft division, which is fine, the FAA Space Division has a fundamentally broken regulatory structure. So that was a little bit of venting there by Elon, who is obviously not real happy today about the delays, because it seemed like for all intensive purposes, it seems like the wind was okay. We're looking right now there, wind at 15 miles per hour, wind gusts at 20 miles per hour, which seems to be within the range that we need for a flight. Good temperature, the atmosphere is fine today by the looks of it. It just looked like it was going to be a nice day for the flight, so disappointing if nothing comes out of that today. Really hoping that we'll see some change of mind happen or some late in the day approval, but I suspect we'll probably more than likely be seeing a SN7.2 test tank pop instead. Is there a chance that if a successful launch and landing, a reuse on SN9? I think that's a good question. If SN9 does launch and land successfully, will they attempt to refly it? I'm not so sure. I had this opinion with SN5 and 6, thinking, oh, well, they landed them fine. Why don't they just refly them again in a couple of days? They didn't really bother. They just wanted to move on to the next prototype. And as we're seeing right now, there are prototypes all over the place. We have Brendan's awesome diagrams each week showing us the state of the prototypes. SN10's basically ready to roll down to the pad as far as we can tell. Not sure if we've got engines in there or not yet. SN11 won't be that far away, and then really they're upgrading to the SN15 structure after that, I believe. So I think they're going to skip over 12, 13 and 14 at this point. Roll it to Mexico. The Mexicans will let it launch. I mean, it's all very close to the border, I guess, so, you know. Is SN5 going to be used as a mass simulator, maybe? I'm not sure what the plan is for SN5. We thought that it was going to be more of a prototype display that would have the human landing system nose cone on top of it. That was the idea we had for a long time. I don't know whether that's happening or not. It's sort of been sitting there for a long time, and I'm not sure. I would have thought they would have done it by now. Back when they actually had the human landing system nose mock-up painted in the white there, we were thinking at that point that it would be for the presentation, which was going to happen in October, we thought, which never happened. They just didn't bother doing one. So it's kind of been really sitting there ever since, and it's, I don't know what they're doing with it, to be totally honest with you. Just quickly skimming through some more comments. Oh man, you guys have been so awesome today. Asking such great questions too. It's more trying to pick a question that we haven't already sort of covered. Will they throttle down each engine again during the climb to 10 kilometres? We're anticipating that will be very similar to the SN8 flight. We haven't heard otherwise anyway. That being said, we didn't know that they were going to do the low thrust launch like they did with SN8 anyway, but we don't see any reason why they would change the launch profile for SN9 at this stage anyway. So we think it's going to be quite similar in the appearance. Hopefully, of course, with that landing. We wanted to stick that landing. Matthew Squire, which aspects of the Starship do you think are being developed most rapidly over the next few prototypes? Oh, that's a good question. Really, I see SN 10 and 11 as fairly similar to SN9. There'll be some slight changes, but for the most part, they're largely the same vehicle. SN15, we're going to see a number of changes. I don't know if they've really been made public. So we've had a couple of hints, but not that I'm going to share at this stage. Mainly because I don't know if they're actually accurate. I don't want to spread misinformation. Do you know something about leg improvements, the same as SN8? Well, currently SN9's legs are identical as far as we know. We've seen pretty close-up shots of them. I believe we saw a couple of shots of them underneath the skirt at some point, but they seemed to be almost identical to the SN8 legs. Like we were saying earlier in the stream today, they're essentially just a metal shell that is designed to crush. From the bottom, it crushes easier, and as it crushes upwards, it crushes less easy, so little holes. I need to see if I can find an image of them, actually. If anybody in my Discord happens to have seen a nice shot, or has a link to a nice shot of the legs, it would be worth throwing up on screen. Would be kind of cool. And I missed a comment before from my awesome quality control guys. Thank you, Sophie, who was saying that STS 1 and 2 from the shuttle question. STS 1 and 2 did have ejector seats, but later flights had long poles to extend out the hatch, and chutes could theoretically jump out. So that's interesting. I really want to research the mechanisms in the SLS that allowed people to jump out at any stage. I think that's quite an interesting topic. Right, what else do we have? I don't think we have any more updates on SN9's flight or flight cancellation at this point. Ejector seats, how on earth? Yeah, no, ejector seats in the shuttle, I imagine, would have only been usable in certain fairly probably slim parts of the flight profile, I would guess. Yeah, yeah. That's definitely true. So I don't know if anybody has seen some more of the recent photos from RGV. I'm lucky enough to have a really great relationship with Mauricio, where he'll send me a couple of images that probably haven't been seen before that I can use within the videos, and so appreciate the support that we all provide to each other. Him especially to me as well. There's a really nice shot that I thought I'd bring up of SN9 from above, which I think is just a really beautiful shot. I'm just trying to track it down now. Oh yes, there we go. Sometimes it's useful if we look at an image as a group, especially a large group like we've got here. Sometimes people will spot something that's a little bit unique, that's a great talking point. So I'll bring this up here and see if anyone spots anything unique. Where are we? Okay. So yes, this shot here from RGV is less than a week old. That's SN9 there sitting on the pad preparing to launch, and we've got the pad B there, or pad A. I always mix up which one's which. Pad A I think is the one at the front. Pad B is the one that Starship SN9's on. Is that right? I think that's right. So yes, there's such beautiful detail in these, I find, and you can sort of see those heat shield tiles there on SN9, and this is one of the differences that we're going to see a lot, I think, with new versions of the Starship. So new versions of the Starship look like they've got a lot more heat shield studs, the thermal protection system tiles. I reckon SN15 is probably going to have a pretty huge set of tiles on it. I don't necessarily think it's going to cover the whole windward side or anything like that. I just think that it's going to be interesting to see. It's definitely going to have a lot. I just don't know quite how many. But yes, that's been a great shot there. I don't know if anybody else saw anything worth talking about there. Quite often there's always a little bit of detail in those images. It's like, oh wow, somebody just spotted that there's a new piece of machinery or something, and they're diagnosing the wording on top of it to figure out what it is. It's always quite intriguing to me seeing people sleuth their way around these photos. Oh, we're getting some venting, are we? Let's see. We are getting venting going on. Well, that's news. At least that is something happening. Been away for an hour. What's the status? The status is currently that there's some venting happening on the tank farm there on the left-hand side. That's the first decent amount of venting we've seen. We're not sure at this point whether we're just looking at a wet dress rehearsal or something like that. As far as we know, the launch itself has been scrubbed today. What has been the more recent news was Elon Musk venting some frustration on the FAA approval process. It seems like maybe that is what has caused the delay today. And there was also some question as to whether that FAA approval may actually still come after the fact. So, although it seems like it's scrubbed, there's always that little slim chance everybody's hoping that maybe that will change, but we don't know. So in terms of the timeline, I get this question in here a lot, of course. The timeline on what the what the launch time is going to be, or what the next time or the next update is going to be. We don't know. Nobody's telling us what's going on. We find clues on Twitter and other locations to find out what's likely going to happen. All we really know is that the original road closures were open until was it 6 p.m. or was it 8? Hang on a minute. I need to go and look it back up again. I've already had it leave my mind. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I thought it was 6 p.m. So, yes, as far as we're aware, there's still technically 4 and a bit hours in that original launch window remaining. It seems to us that they're probably going to use that for other testing. Maybe it'll be SN7.2's test tank to destruction. Maybe it'll be a wet dress rehearsal for Starship serial number 9. I don't know. None of us seem to have any more information than that. Couple of questions out of my direct messages on Twitter, actually, that I've been missing this whole time. Asking about why liquid methane and why liquid oxygen and not other fuel types that we see. Mainly here saying, why not liquid hydrogen? And look, that's a good question. Liquid hydrogen is kind of a tricky propellant. Liquid hydrogen is so... it doesn't take up... It takes up such a huge volume, so you can have much more liquid methane put into a smaller tank than you can liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen sort of is just takes up such a huge amount of volume in comparison, and also because it is essentially your number one element, right? The atomic mass of it is so low, it can actually pass through things. And it's really hard to contain. Liquid hydrogen will even find its way around things, even when gravity is enforced on it. It sort of climbs up walls and around and through materials and things like that. So it's really hard to contain it for a lengthy period of time. And remember, Starship has to make it all the way to Mars to land, and it needs to do that with the fuel staying in the header tanks. At least in the header tanks, and presumably some of the fuel needs to remain in the main tanks as well. Now, the only way you can really do that is to, especially with liquid hydrogen, is you would have to spend so much energy keeping it as cold as possible, because the more you chill it, the easier it is to contain, obviously, and the boiling temperature of hydrogen is quite a lot higher. So anyway, the other main reason for liquid methane is because you can create liquid methane on Mars along with the other reactions needed. So you've got the Sabatier process, which will let you essentially create this fuel out of the atmosphere of Mars because it's such a high concentration of carbon dioxide. I won't go into all the chemistry of it because I don't always remember it off the top of my head, but essentially you can convert the atmosphere of Mars to liquid methane, which is super handy. And that's the main reason. And there's other fuel types that are inside Starship serial number 9, which are tricky as well. Those fuel types are essentially things like, or not fuel types, sorry, other items that you need, such as liquid helium, as an example. So you need liquid helium currently to pressurize some of the tank systems in this version of Starship. That's not something that's really going to be practical on Mars because you can't get helium from Mars. Looks like the stream's just getting a tiny bit more attention now, given that we've got a little bit of activity going. So yes, we are seeing some venting, a reasonable substantial amount of venting going on there. So at least something's happening. We've got something to look at and keep track of. So that is good news. Still not sure what they're actually attempting to do here, and we're hoping to get more information on that shortly. The smoke is just steam coming from Elon's ears. Yeah, I'm sure he's having a frustrating day. And as tweeted by, thanks Greg Scott for sharing that tweet in Discord there. Chris G from NASA Spaceflight saying, well, at least some sort of test is kind of beginning. Who knows what's actually happening, though? That is the question. Connor, I really want to find out what documented rationale basis the FAA used for not approving the 12.5 kilometre hop. Yeah, look, I am the same. I think to a degree they're probably just not that rushed, or they've got a certain set number of approvals that they do or that they accept, and maybe it sounds like it's just causing frustration. And comments there saying that there is a temporary flight restriction up today. That is 100% true. As far as we are aware, though, that flight restriction was for a lower altitude, indicating to us that it may have been more for a test tank instead. So that is interesting. How do I join the Discord? The Discord, we've actually got a completely open Discord, so you can just join it from my channel. But if you want to be in any of the more restricted groups where we're really all chatting, we don't sort of... there's so much activity going on in the general chat. All of us from the patrons and the YouTube members, we tend to be in the restricted channels a lot more. So if you'd like to be in those and you'd like to chat to us more directly, you can certainly join up either as a YouTube member or a patron. The $5 levels and above get you into Discord. Sorry, the $2 one from Patreon lets you get into Discord as well. Okay. Marcus House, your channel is the only interesting channel right now. In total of all channels, or just SpaceX channels? But I appreciate the comment. Thank you very much. Oh, so I got to pay money, RIP. No, you don't have to pay money. You can join like I say, you can join the Discord channel. You just don't have the patron roles, that's all. Is there a reason it's not painted? It looks unfinished in metal. It's actually designed to be just the metal coating. Paint obviously weighs something, and there isn't... They haven't really had a real reason to paint it. Obviously, the windward side of the Starship is going to be very much covered in heat shield tiles. So what we expect to see in the future is a very grey, like a dark black sort of grey face on one side, the windward side, and the other would probably be... it'll look quite different to this, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll end up being much more polished looking and not so weldy and wrinkly like we see with some of the flap surfaces there. I think what we're actually going to see, though, is that it will remain to be steel. There's actually quite a few benefits to that. Less mass trying to coat things up. It's easy to see defects if you can see the raw steel. It's certainly easier to diagnose problems if things aren't covered over with a coating, and to a degree it's quite a reflective surface. So if you're up in orbit or if you're on your way to Mars, a lot of reflectivity will actually reflect a lot of the solar radiation away, whereas if you have got a more painted surface, maybe not. So yeah, there's probably a few reasons for that. How come your channel gets far less viewers when live for Starship compared to the other space channels? Your commentary say. I don't know. What have we got? We've got 2.5. Well, we've got 2,500. I'm happy with 2,500 to be totally honest. This is only the second live stream I've ever done. I think people probably just aren't expecting my live streams to come up. Plus, because of my time zone in Australia, I'm essentially getting up really quite late in the day, really early in the morning. I almost need to just not go to bed at all to be able to live stream one of these events. As it stands, I Didn't sleep a great deal last night anyway, but I had to start the stream at 3 a.m. while the other guys had probably already started an hour or two earlier than me. I kind of felt like I should try to get some sleep. What else we got here? Starship propellant. Starship is loading propellant. Is it? Is it loading into Starship itself? I can't see any venting. I will keep an eye on it. I don't see any evidence of it at the moment. I was wondering whether we would see venting coming out of the SN7.2 tank, actually. Thanks so much, Nick, for the super chat. Very good of you. It's so cool that you've been doing live streams. I've been relying on you for space news for a while. It's nice to see you on launch days. Thank you. It's not something I have quite as much experience in. Obviously, I'm a little bit of a streaming noob. Hopefully, I will get better at it as we go. Just trying to be as engaging as I can be, really, without experience. I'm starting to get a bit of a lost voice, though. I need more voice exercises. Getting a few comments there saying Starship is venting. In the feed I've got here, I'm not seeing it. Might be because I'm seeing a smaller screen. Let's see. I'm going to bring it up. Oh, yes. I do see it. I do see it. Let's have a look here. I think we are seeing some activity. We want to stick around for this. Excuse my typing. Let's have a look. Yep, we are definitely seeing some venting out of the engine area there. 100%. I can see it now that I've got a full screen view of it without. It's kind of tricky to see everything at the same time as all my streaming controls, but yes, it's definitely venting down the bottom there, just above the skirt section. So that's where all your Raptors sort of come up to about that area there. So we've got probably some kind of Raptor chill going on, I would think, would be my guess there. Usually we sort of see that happening fairly early on in the piece, so that would make sense. There's people saying, Elon Musk's just going to fly it anyway, and to hell with the consequences. I don't think that's true, but it's funny all the same. Oh my gosh, we've got a few more super chats. Reese, thank you so much. Do you feel any sense of competition with other YouTubers like Everyday Astronaut with similar audiences? I don't feel like I'm a competition at all for Everyday Astronaut. It's like he's got such a massive following, and he's down there on site. He's got his own cameras. Like if he's feeling any competition from me, I don't know why. I'm sure he's not. Do I feel competitive against the other? I mean, no more than to say I'd like to see more simultaneous viewers and things than other people. But I love the entire community. Everybody is awesome down here. Everybody that's covering it. Team Space really is a hashtag that we throw around, not just to say it, but it is very true. Everybody is so generous. There's been a number of times when I've asked Tim's advice on things, especially to do with copyright issues, copyright claim issues, and nonsense that would be quite daunting for me to deal with by myself with no other experience of it. And Tim has been just instrumental in helping me understand the best method to go to reject these claims, and it's just awesome that everybody's happy to help each other out. And likewise, NASA spaceflight, they are the source material. Like if NASA spaceflight aren't getting an absolute load of live streaming views going on compared to someone like me, there's something definitely wrong. So that there's no competition there at all. I love everything that everybody's doing, and I wouldn't be here without NASA spaceflight, without all these people. Honestly. It's just awesome. I'm watching both Tim and Marcus. Yep, no, that's a good thing to do. I know Tim's more recent streams, he's actually on site at the moment, so he's kind of got almost a direct view, which is kind of cool. I can't be further away, frankly. You could put me into orbit to get me further away. That'd be about the only way. I can't be much further away than I am. Oh my gosh, all this traffic all of a sudden going on. So what else we got here? Alex, enjoy some tea for the voice on me. Thanks for streaming all day. Yes, streaming all morning. It's only 7 a.m. for me. I have been streaming most of the night at this point. Thank you, Alex. Most appreciated, mate. I've got a cold tea here at the moment. Ugh. Awful. Okay. Oh, wow. Another 10 pound super chat there from Agoras X Hasia. Thanks for waking up early and streaming. Hi from Germany. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry, I'm positive that I just butchered your name there. I'm not even going to reattempt it. And Kaz TK, would you go to Mars in 10 years? Absolutely, I would, if all my kids are happily left home and it's safe and determined to be reasonably safe. I think it would be a great thing. Maybe not in 10 years. I could see me doing it. I suppose I can't wait too long though, can I? I can't wait until I'm in my 80s. So I think we'd probably go, give me 20 years. We'll say 20 years, maybe not 10. I think it's going to be a bit too dangerous in 10 years' time at this point. I'm not going to pretend to be a super trained astronaut. I think we'll wait until there's a good base on Mars first. Super appreciated, guys. Oh, Michael. Michael Weir, greetings from Oklahoma. Thanks so much, Michael. Super awesome of you, and been a generous supporter and patron for a while. Thanks so much for your support, mate. It really does all help a huge amount, especially to make the episodes better. We put a lot of effort into the weekend videos. These live streams are perhaps a little bit more haphazard, although I will say I think I spent more time trying to figure out all of the little widgets and layouts and stuff than I did putting a video together the other month, so hopefully I've got it reasonably well sorted at this point. Most appreciated. Thank you, Michael. Have they made any improvements on the Raptor engines since the SN8 launch? I mean, they're always iteratively making improvements to the Raptors. They're up, I think they're up into their 50s now. Raptor number 50 plus. I haven't seen any mention of anything above 60, so I'm assuming it's somewhere between Raptor SN50 and 59 or something like that. Not exactly sure how far they are, but I'm assuming that each and every one has got slight differences to it, slight little engineering tweaks, or at least every batch of them. Maybe they do 5 at a time, and I'm not sure. It's very cool. Oh, we've got lots more venting going on out the bottom of the vessel now. It's actually getting exciting. I want to know what they're doing. Is this just a wet dress? Is this just a wet dress rehearsal? I'm assuming, I haven't seen any notifications. I'm assuming that nothing's changed. Thank you again, Greg Scott, giving me information via the back channels there. A tweet there from Eric Berger saying that Elon Musk is apparently working the phones with the FAA right now to try and secure approval for the 10-kilometre attempt. I've got no idea what happens next, but they're preparing to load propellant into the Starship. And this is actually a tweet now that is how old? I should have spotted this earlier. Sorry, Greg. This was 6:56 a.m. Oh, it's not that old. It's about 10 minutes old, that tweet now. So that is interesting. I'll quickly retweet that, because if that's true, we could still be heading towards a launch, which is why I haven't actually put the scrub notice up. I did have a possibly scrubbed notice up earlier, and then I took it away because it just didn't seem conclusive to me. It's going to be really exciting to see, especially after all of this today. It's just been such a mind bender trying to figure out what's going on. If it ends up actually going ahead, it's going to be epic. So let's hope that they can get this FAA approval. Let's hope. That's very interesting. In fact, I don't think that we've seen anything quite like this before with a Starship test, and unless I've missed it in some regard, but I don't think we've seen this kind of development before, where it's like, it's off, it's back on again, and now there's rumours of direct communication going on to see if they can get approval. I see the venting has largely stopped from around the Starship itself there. Let's see, still plenty going on around the tank farm. Oh, you guys are so funny. Not even going to read some of those. How often do you respond on £2 per month patron Discord channel, or is it really only higher patrons? Oh, no. So anybody that's a patron can direct message me. It doesn't matter if it's a $1, $5, anybody publicly can direct message me on comments. It's just that there's such a huge volume of comments, I can't possibly answer them all. So obviously the priority is there for the people that are supporting. It doesn't matter whether it's a $1, any level. Happy to chat about stuff, and we've got Discord there for that reason. Quite often we will be sending messages inside our patron chat channel, and that's all there for everybody. All levels go into the same one. But the just as a quick answer to that question, I've got limited time to how much I can reply rapidly, but I try to reply to everything that comes through Patreon, at least to some degree. Elon released the Kraken. Yeah, agree, Chris. That is very fitting. No definite launch time. No, there's definitely no launch time. We're not seeing anything. We don't even know if we're going for a launch at this point. All we know is that Elon's trying to open the possibility for a launch by the sounds of it. Wind speeds have dropped right down. See, this is what we want to see. Although I'm not seeing that on Lab Padre's wind feed there. It's still saying 15 miles per hour there for me. What's the comment there? Wind speeds have come down to 11.5 miles per hour. That's not what I'm seeing on the live stream there from Lab Padre though, so I don't know if that's true. Unless the readout is wrong. Thanks, Marcus House. You say that now until your chats have 9,000 users. Yeah, look, that's true. There's always a limit to my time. That's for sure. If I spend too much time replying to stuff, then I'll never do videos, which would not be good for anybody. But at the moment, the support level is okay to the point where I can respond to almost everybody in that regard. Oh, we've got more activity going on here. What's going on there? Got Brendan there in the back saying that a flight today isn't yet completely off the table. Elon's doing himself proud. Got another tweet here. From what I've been told, required data for FAA's safety assessment of SpaceX 10-kilometre SN9 flight from Boca Chica was not fully submitted by the compliance personnel. So that's another point of view from the whole FAA debate. Maybe there was some paperwork missing for compliance reasons. I'll post a link to that tweet as well. Let's see here. Whoops, that is the wrong window. I almost stuck a message in someone else's chat. Where are we? There we go. That's quite an interesting little tweet there as well. Bit of a flip side to that debate, maybe. So I imagine what's probably going on is there's some hot debates going on about whether they can reach an agreement here and get this thing flying. As it stands, they've already got the temporary flight restriction in place for probably a lower altitude than they need. But I imagine once you've set the flight restriction, it's unlikely that it's presumably easy to raise the height of the flight restriction. current flight restriction is too low. That's for sure. They would need to modify it. I mean, as far as we can see, we're looking around the site here. As far as we can see, they're at least preparing for a flight. I think that's all we can really say confidently right now. It looks like they're prepping for a flight. They probably don't know whether it's likely for it to happen, but at least they're preparing for it. And that is a good sign. Interestingly, Tim has put on his live stream 18 minutes. What? I need to flick over to Tim's live stream to see what he's got on his feed there. Is that true? 18 minutes. I wonder where 18 minutes is coming from. He must be hearing something I'm not hearing. "16-ish minutes." What? T minus. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm wondering whether Tim's got some secret insider knowledge there. So anyway, let's keep an eye out. There's yeah, I don't know what exactly. Tim has just guessed from the venting. Tim's always had mad timers. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to put up any timers until I actually know something. But it looks, I mean, we've got venting going on. We've got venting going on in the middle of the Starship now. You can see it quite clearly there. Venting from both liquid oxygen and liquid methane tanks, which just switched off just as I said that. I mean, what we would be expecting to see, obviously, if it was very close to a flight, you'd be expecting to see a SpaceX stream come up. And we don't have one come up. I mean, before, with SN8, we had quite a bit of time before the actual flight was taking place. So, and as soon as that's the case, I'll be switching straight over to that stream. I just need it as soon as it does come up. So I would think that we're quite a lot further away than 15 minutes or whatever it works out to be. But while we're waiting, lots more questions can come in. We can keep chatting about all things. Wow, we've actually got bit of an increase in traffic there. That's cool. That's cool. Can we get more views than I had? I think the peak number of people I had at any one time was 3,000. We just peaked 3,000. Can we get back up there, I wonder? I wasn't expecting that we would, but it's we've currently got 2,700 and something. It fluctuates very wildly. As I said before, all the likes and shares that people shoot around massively helps me, especially in these live streams when I'm not a big streamer. So thank you so much for all of your support with that. The likes help a lot, actually. Okay, what have we got here? Has the FAA been instructed to keep SpaceX from launching because 35 years ago the Challenger exploded? No, look, I don't think so. I don't think it's anything to do with that. It is true, though, that it is the anniversary of that stuff. So yes, I will keep it clear of that topic, I think, for the moment. That's a topic for another day. Marcus, you think that one day the ship will be extruded so that there are no more visible welds? The whole tube is kind of just rolled off the steel boundary in one giant piece. The whole steel could be just rolled off the line in one big piece. I don't know how possible that is with current tech. I haven't seen anything quite like that before at this scale. We've seen lots of steel rolling type mechanisms which will actually roll it almost in a coil. So you've almost got like a coil seam that goes right up. I have read though a lot about those saying that they can really unwind themselves really easily. That's the reason why you've sort of got more flat welds going around, as much stronger than having a coil weld that goes up. Plus the problem with Starship is they actually do intend, I think, and this is probably going back a fair way now, I don't know how true this still remains to be, but there was talk that the ring thickness would be thicker in the bottom of the vessel, especially in something like the super heavy booster, where you'd have thicker rings at the bottom, and as it goes up the vessel, it gets sequentially thinner and thinner because obviously there's more pressure on the bottom of the vessel than the top, and you can't easily do that with some sort of single coil that gets rolled into some cylinder structure. So that's interesting. But yes, I don't know. Oh wow, for some reason the subscribers are actually showing up now. For some reason I've had this thing hooked up with Streamlabs where the subscribers will show, and now it's only just starting to show because it wasn't before. Anyway, I don't know why. I'm happy. I'm happy as to. I've got to make sure that I read the comments before I say them, just in case there's something. Yeah, glad I read those couple. Okay, as someone else just asked, how will they land the ship in possibly rough terrain on Mars? Oh, look, this is a great question, and it's one that we talked about the other day. Actually, there's so much talk about these landing legs, and these little tiny landing legs. These we had the graphic of Neoporks here open before, which I should just pop up again quickly from the cutaway, because it's kind of an easy way to show it. Just 1 second. Okay, so if we just move this over here, so this is kind of currently the legs we see right now. Okay. They're kind of these little dumpy things. They're really just there as shock absorbers that crush, basically. So it's not going to be any good for landing on rough terrain, obviously. The vessel itself here, the Starship, this beautiful piece here by Neopork, it's incredibly, it's incredibly tall. It doesn't take a lot of force one way or the other to actually topple this thing over with legs like that, and that's a big problem if you want to land on Mars, right? You really don't want anything getting in your way, and you don't really want anything in your ground level being uneven. Otherwise, it's just going to topple over. So they need a much more substantial leg in the Starship design before it gets to that stage. It doesn't matter so much now because we're just landing on a concrete pad, right? It doesn't really make that much of a difference as long as they can land it successfully. It's no problem. But in the future, when you're trying to land on the moon or Mars, there's talk about the human landing system version of the Starship that'll go to the moon, and it's all interesting stuff. But there's no way that it can happen with the legs we've got there. What they've talked about is, and the last thing we saw on Twitter was Elon Musk talk about how it's still a hotly debated topic. They definitely need something that's quite a bit wider stance, obviously, something that can auto-adjust each leg's height so that it can basically level itself. So even if it does land on rough terrain, it can sort of bump up the various individual legs to compensate. That's definitely not what we've got at the moment, and it's something that is I think would have to be something a little closer to what we see with, say, a Falcon 9 leg, much smaller, of course, because there's going to be multiple of them, but something that would open up with some sort of hydraulic adjustable type thingo. That's my technical word for it, thingo. But yes, before they go to Mars, absolutely, they need a much more substantial set of legs. No doubt there. Right, what's the update with Starship? What have we got going on now? just got a new earpiece to go in. There we go. I've been streaming so long, my earpieces are going flat. Great. Yes, the thingo. If it's not tied down, they can't do a static test. Roadblock still up. There's no condensation on the ship. How can there be any liquid in the tanks yet? Yeah, look, that's absolutely true. There is no condensation on the outside of the tanks that I can see. So I don't know if there's fuel going into this or not. I really wish we had some sort of actual information from SpaceX at this point, I've got to say. At this point, it's kind of getting just a little frustrating that we don't have at least... Like, if they're attempting a flight at this point, you would expect them to have a live stream coming up. And I can only assume that the debates with the FAA are still continuing as we speak. The only thing I could think of as to why we wouldn't already have a live stream sort of popping up, especially if they're about to start fueling. Is it conceivable for SpaceX to put a test dummy in the nose cone to test forces experienced on human body during re-entry? Absolutely. Absolutely they'll do that. They'll have all sorts of sensors and stuff in the vessel, kind of similar. I mean, you've seen the Starman figures in the early Dragon launches, and even Starliner. There's a little bit of Starliner news coming here soon as well. That is all something that they would just do. They're going to have test dummies all over these things, especially coming back from orbit on a flight like that. Absolutely. Send Elon a Twitter message. He will respond to you. Yeah, I've had a few responses from Elon Musk before, but he is hard to get hold of. I'm not quite big enough in the whole Twitter sphere to get him reliably. Not like Tim Dodd manages to do. He does have a 43 million following, so that he needs kind of a lot of likes and shares before I will punch through the pack of people. It's fun when it happens, but it doesn't happen all the time. Godzilla Rider Gamer. I find it interesting how they are planning to do refueling in orbit. Yeah, no, look, I do too. It's something that really hasn't been ever done to this scale. There's been fuel transferred in orbital tests and things before, but nothing really between two quite massive boosters. And you know, the thing that that people don't always understand is that it's not one ship that is needed to refuel. So you don't just send up the Starship with the cargo and one more refueling Starship to fuel it. You've actually got to send up about 5 or 6 or maybe even more separate Starships to fully fuel the one that's actually heading off in orbit. So I imagine what's actually going to happen in reality is you're going to send up one big tanker which is going to have almost nothing left. It'll have a little bit of fuel left in orbit, and then you send another 5 or 6 of those up to fully fuel that first tanker and return, and then you'll send up the main vessel with the cargo and crew or whatever it might be, and you'll then quickly fuel them off that one tanker, and then off they go. There's no way you're going to send one up first and then have 6 other, you're not going to send your main payload and crew up first and then wait for 6 flights to come up to slowly refuel you. That just doesn't make sense. Oh, thank you, Rob. Rob Davies. For Mars, could robots be landed that build the landing strip? At least flatten an area of ground to land on. Yeah, look, I think this is this in my mind is probably the smartest way forward. And I think that's why a lot of people really didn't like the idea of the moon landings happening before, transfers to Mars and setting up a Mars base. I wasn't really in that boat because I appreciate that the moon is really just like a couple of day trip compared to minimum sort of 3 to 6 months kind of thing to get to Mars, with very little chance of rescue. There's if you've got enough vessels here on Earth, you can do a rescue mission to the moon. Relatively simple as soon as long as we've got that infrastructure and the spare rockets available for disaster missions and things. Very hard to do that with Mars. So I think as much as we can really do on the moon as a testing case, the better. And if we can send little robot landers that can essentially flatten out a beautiful landing strip, and maybe it can just go on, not sand down, but maybe it can just sort of mine down the ground a little bit so that it's nice and flat, or at least largely flat, then you're starting off with a pretty good landing spot straight from the get-go. There's a lot of complexity in a robot like that. That's kind of a whole different technological challenge. So and that's what a lot of these new NASA missions coming up for funding. There's funding given to various companies and groups that want to attempt to make some of these more robotic missions to the moon, and I think that's a really great thing to start with. Good question, Rob. Good question. What do you think the final dimensions will look like? I'm assuming you're talking Starship there. Or maybe we're talking landing legs. I'm not sure what that refers to, sorry. Greetings from New Zealand. I wondered if they should have lots of dummy weight in the top for accurate rehearsals. I guess it's all math. And look, I expect that to be the case. So in the initial orbital flight test, they'll probably have some sort of mass simulator in there, similar to what we saw on SN5 and SN6. They basically took, I don't know how much you've all followed that, but they basically took two of the really huge, well, not huge, they were condensed rolls of the stainless steel. Each of those was about 10 metric tons, I believe. So they actually put that in that box at the top, which is what you see explode off on that terrific video from Everyday Astronaut. That I have a little slice of that in my little intro snippet there, because it's just such an extraordinary piece of footage, watching this essentially like 23-ton block just fly off. Like, there was a lot of force in the explosion from SN4. So yeah, what I think is quite probable is that they would have some sort of mass simulator in the nose to simulate what a normal amount of cargo would be, because you also want that for landing as well. When you're coming into land, it's not going to be a completely dry mass scenario. You're not going to be landing something that's completely empty. You're going to be always returning with cargo or crew or whatever it might be. So I would assume mass simulator for sure. Just quickly skimming over some of my Discord chat here. We're all still seeing the 7200 on the FAA listing, so nothing's changed there in terms of the temporary flight restrictions. Nothing there's really changed at all. I mean, as it says there, if they're planning on launching it, it's cutting it brutally close. That's very true. One of my awesome moderators there saying that that is true. If they're planning on flying it and they still don't have the approval, it's cutting it extremely close. If we don't see something change in that regard here very soon, I can't imagine we're going to see it fly. It's been such a strange day. Oh, thanks so much, Paul, for the super chat. I missed it there. Sorry, mate. Just spotted it then. Thank you. Super appreciated. Interesting comment there from Arco, one of the moderators there, saying that RGV posted that they have FAA approval but no source to go with it. That's interesting. So do we have FAA approved via Twitter. Twitter. Where? Where's the tweet? Where is it? Question there saying, what earbuds are these? These are actually really good. These are the Samsung, what are they called? The Samsung Galaxy earbuds. I really dislike the Apple ones that hang out of your ear. I really hate them. They're sort of uncomfortable to wear. These are good. My other one's flat though. Normally I've got it on this side, which is just a little bit less visible. I'm pretty sure they're just called Galaxy Buds. They might be Galaxy Buds 2 or something like that. They're really cool. Is that some frost above the bottom right flap? Is it? Let me go and have a closer look. Let me go and have a closer look. I'm just refreshing the SpaceX website like mad, waiting for a potential stream to pop up. PM here. It is 2:30 PM local. Still quite a long time in the original launch window, so, you know, I guess things can still happen. Just checking out the... I don't think there's any frosting going on. I think that might just be the light reflections. I don't see any evidence of anything much going on, apart from obviously the tank farm, which is venting around like crazy. I don't see any evidence of anything on SN2's tank. I don't know what's going on. You'd expect to see something filling somewhere. Maybe they're just on standby or waiting for this final approval to just start pumping the fuel in. Who knows? Who knows? Not I. That's... Sometimes I feel like I'm the last to know as it comes around. So what have we got here? So I did miss some SN9 venting before. People are telling me, which is probably true. I was probably too busy banging on about something. They still awaiting FAA approval. So we heard here a little earlier from comments saying that there was a tweet. Let me see. It looks like I actually missed quite a large event, actually. Starting to get confirmation all over the place that they're going to try to do this thing, so, oh man, I hope that's true. It seems like it's been a long wait. I was tempted to leave the stream here hours ago, thinking that it would not fly, and of course I'm glad I didn't, because things have taken some strange turns today. We may indeed have a flight of this vessel. They've got venting going on right now. I can see it. I think we're all go, maybe. We are all go. This is exciting. Now we just need to see a SpaceX stream pop up. Come on, SpaceX. Come on. Oh man, I've got feeds going on here everywhere, basically all telling me the same thing, that it's all go. So whatever has just happened has happened really quite quickly. What have we got here? We've got something from Elon Musk from literally 2 minutes ago. You can sell houses you can't sell houses you don't own. You can't sell cars you don't own, but you can still stock you can sell stock you don't own. He's obviously complaining there about some short selling type stuff, I imagine. Legal only for. We want that notification, Elon, on the flight. We're not worried about stock right now. We're worried about the flight. I'm assuming is there some sort of shorting issue going on right now? Is there with Tesla stock or something? I don't know. Tesla stock has been going so gangbusters lately. I don't know it'd have to take quite a drop before I think anyone noticed anything unusual. All right. So we're just seeing, we're seeing slight amounts of venting out there through the liquid oxygen tank. Looks like Raptor chill maybe, unless I'm mistaken. Let's see what everybody else has got to say. Got some people there with countdowns at around 22 minutes-ish. So Tim's thinking that's the new prediction. I would have actually thought that was probably a fairly reasonable prediction this time around. I don't know if his last one was. So we're looking like things are happening. As soon as we see anything from a SpaceX stream, that's when it's going to get real exciting. And then we'll be switching to that. Come on, SpaceX. Get that feed going. Sorry, was just neglecting the chat there a little. What have we got now? Oh, we got a new chat there from Live with Irish. Could they refuel the Starship using resources available in space to avoid the cost of planet-based resources? Well, I don't think certainly not in the short term. I'm assuming by that you're talking about like asteroids and things, refueling off asteroids and whatnot, rather than actual planets. I certainly see that as being possible. The main issue. Oh, sorry to interrupt that thought. What have we got here? RGV Aerial is saying that they've got TFR approval. Awesome. It's all looking very good. It seems to me like we've got approval, just waiting to see that stream pop up. Oh, I can't wait. It's getting exciting. I actually had fully written this off in my mind, so this is a real great turnaround so far. So yes, just to continue on my line of thought, I think it would be possible if you could find lots of ice type, quite large asteroids and stuff. You can do all sorts of refueling off those. It's typically better for something like liquid hydrogen, the vessels we were talking about before that are kind of a little bit inconvenient. If you can find water ice, you can essentially make the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen that you need for fuel. So in that regard, you could fuel things quite nicely from ice sources like that. Right, what have we got here? Venting on the bottom. Yes, it certainly is. We're getting some condensation coming out around the Raptors there. Condensation appearing above the aft flaps too, if we're not mistaken. Hopefully we're sort of seeing some evidence of some tri-venting. The tri-venting, I think. Oh, we are too. There's the tri-venting there. Oh, where is SpaceX's stream? Where is SpaceX's stream? They are going to stream it, aren't they? I'm just madly refreshing the SpaceX website, the SpaceX YouTube channel, in the hope that we see it. Because if we don't, we're not going to have very good audio. I could potentially boost up some audio for Labs feed here, but it's kind of commentary, so I don't want to do that. Come on. You seem oddly excited. Yeah, sorry about that. I've been up basically all night waiting for this, so I'm going to be super, super happy if this actually takes off at this point. Wow, look at that. This is really going to happen, isn't it? I'm almost a little bit bewildered. Apparently the build site has been cleared about 20 minutes ago, so yep, it's all happening. Just make sound effects. If we can hear it, see? Come on. SpaceX, where's that feed? Where is that feed? Come on. Thanks for the super chat there, Francis. Hopefully that's how you pronounce the name. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And welcome to Mark Osborne as a member. Thank you, Mark. I'd say we're still a little way off. We're just seeing evidence of them clearing the Stargate. Statement from FAA just out regarding the SN9 flight. We will continue working with SpaceX to resolve outstanding safety issues before we approve the next test flight. When was that? That is a tweet from who? That's a Washington Post contact. Okay. I can only assume that that's good. I don't know. Sounds good, I think. All right, let's see what's happening here. Yes, it could be inaccurate information. I don't know how much I trust that source at the moment. Oh wow! Definitely seeing some frosting there around the tank sections too. That tweet that I read out before might actually be referring to SN10 rather than SN9, so just ignore that one. Frost lines are definitely forming. Come on, SpaceX. Do it, do it, do it. I'm kind of a little bit lost for words at the moment because we're just in such anticipation trying to find out if this is all 100% going to go. It's looking very positive. Nice venting there. Nothing seems to be looking like it's causing any particular grief. Try to get Joe back. I will message. I'll see. I don't reckon he's still available. I think he actually was going out. I'll certainly invite him back in though. Excuse the typing. Oh wow, how exciting. How exciting. Do we have any news from a SpaceX feed? I just want to get a SpaceX feed up. It has been a very perplexing morning. It's not just me, is it? It has been a very odd one. The fact that we're seeing tri-venting going on right now and we don't have a SpaceX stream popping up, that's odd in itself. And then add all of these other things that have happened this morning and it's like, what? This is the weirdest day ever. Especially when, as far as we know, there's nothing wrong with the Starship itself. All we can hope is that they're going to shoot for the stars here and make this thing happen. Just hoping the earbuds hold out for me because they're both kind of flat. I've got a charger here beside me trying to keep them up to scratch. Where are we? Anyone else ready to watch SN9? I'm not going to read the rest of that sentence. We're not going to watch anything blow up on landing. We're going to watch it land. Thank you very much. No more scrubs. We have a frost line forming. What kind of headphones are you wearing? These are Galaxy Buds. Galaxy Buds 2 or something, I think they are. They're very cool, very lightweight. They don't poke out too much and they're not annoying. Lots of predictions on when the launch could be based on what we're seeing now. People saying around 25 minutes. Oh, going for 5,000. I have never broken 5,000 viewers before. With all my experience with live streaming, I've never broken 5,000 viewers before. I'm certain that all the likes that people have just popped in there has helped it get above 4,000 because I didn't. We were sort of down around 2,000 here. Oh, it doesn't seem that long ago. So that's pretty damn cool. Maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day. How's my throat? Yeah, it's getting a little bit. It's getting a bit dry. I've been banging on now for what? 4-5 hours almost. Wow. The amount of messages just coming in from everywhere, I'm just a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. Marcus, what cameras are you using? If you're talking about the main feed camera of my face, that is a Lumix G7. It's actually a reasonably old camera, but it does a great job. And there's someone outside my window with a really annoying car. Hopefully it will disappear. If you're talking about which feed am I using, it's obviously Lab Padre's feed, and huge thank you. If you're not actually opening Lab Padre's feed in another tab at least and liking and stuff, please do so. It's awesome of him to let me stream his copy of this. He needs to get benefit out of it as well, so that would be awesome if he could do that. You broke your stream record. I have broken my stream record, I'm fairly certain. It's possibly a little easier to break a record when I've only done it a few times, but I'm going to count that as a win. That is a win. And I've certainly broken the stream record for today. We had 4,100 people watching. That kind of blows my mind to think that there's 41 people watching me right now. That, to be honest, if I kind of really comprehended that, I think I'd probably freak out just a little. Let's see. Wow, there's so much traffic. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what a real realistic launch time is. I would actually put down a countdown if I believed even remotely any of the ones that I'm seeing. Even remotely. What's Tim got at the moment? Tim's got 11 minutes. There's no way. Tim's got 3 minutes? Oh man, I don't know. I'm not going to try to predict it. It's certainly looking very cool. That's a D press though, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's a D press, isn't it? That's a big vent. I think we've got a hold here. The odd morning continues. The odd morning continues. People are trying to ping me every way possible here. Let me just turn that off. That's definitely a bort there, or a vent anyway. It's an extreme vent. Yeah. That's definitely a hold. The question is it a hold simply because they're still awaiting on getting things prepared for an actual launch? It might be that, as you fuel things up, that the fuel is actually warming up. So if it gets too warm, you start to get all this atmosphere. Not atmosphere. You get all of this essentially, gaseous versions of each of the fuel, of the methane and liquid oxygen. So you kind of have to let it out and then maybe start refueling again. So I don't know how much that is, but I mean, it's positive. We've actually got good condensation there on the header nose cone. So that's the header tank there on the nose cone. So whether let's just see if I can find out what's going on. We're thinking that may have been a wet dress rehearsal, an initial wet dress rehearsal. Could it still fly is the question. It seems like, as far as I'm hearing here, it looks like there's been a hold called, but we don't know why. Whether they're going to have another attempt at this, I don't know. We'll hear more news on that soon. It probably is legitimately just that for that reason. Josh, who said the same thing I was thinking, actually, it could just be holding until clearance. So I expect that they're probably still just awaiting final FAA approval. It sounds like they've at least got the discussions open, and maybe they just thought, well, we'll do a rehearsal here first and then go for the vent. Tweet there from Eric Berger saying Starship was fully fueled, as we can see from the Frost Lines vehicle, then underwent a depressurization event, so no FAA approval today, or at least no FAA approval right now. Again, I mean, a lot of these people also trying to gauge what's going on from what they're seeing. Whether we keep ending up in this little pattern of thinking that it's all off, and then sure enough, if we hold around a little bit, it's not. So we're not going to jump to too many conclusions here just yet. Just reading around, it seems like there's at least some people that are still thinking, they're probably just still awaiting on final approval before go. Interesting. What a strange day. Getting close to 5,000 viewers. That is true. I am actually. There's another 500 here that weren't there before. The FAA has to give SpaceX final approval and make sure there is nothing in the way. I mean, to me, it doesn't look like... And there's still plenty of time in the launch window, right? There's still plenty of time in the launch window. So I think anybody jumping into conclusions saying it's scrubbed, it's like, well, look how much has changed in the last 2 hours. 2 hours ago, we thought the entire thing was off, and then they've been attempting to get this far again. So I think because we're still seeing frost, we haven't seen a full detanking. I think we've still got a chance at this. For those that just joined in, it's been a bizarre day. it's been a bizarre day. I'll quickly go through what we've sat through here for the last 5 hours or so, which was basically awaiting something to occur. Nothing happened. Road closed. We saw a little bit of wiggling of the aft flaps and stuff, so it looked like they were preparing for a flight. And then it was all called off. The temporary flight restrictions were removed. It was all off as far as everyone knew. And then almost, as we were all about to essentially sign off, given up for the day, all of a sudden there was debate on Twitter from Elon in regards to FAA approval. And the story has progressed to the point where we're now seeing the vessel fueling up, ready to fly, which just got it just had a depress just moments ago. But and now everybody's saying, oh, it's off for another day because it's had a depress. I think it's too close to call right now. I think we're actually just awaiting some final approval from the FAA, and I also think we're awaiting a stream to come up from SpaceX. Because the fact that SpaceX didn't have a stream going leads me to think that they probably weren't ready for it themselves. I'll be very surprised if SpaceX don't put a live stream up. They have done for the other flight tests. Why would they not do it for this one? It doesn't make sense otherwise. And a lot of people were counting down the clocks there. I know there was some other streamers that had only short amounts of time until launch. It's like, I don't know where we're getting this figure from, but as soon as the depress happened, it's like, yep, okay, this is going to drag on a little longer. Explorer Hollis, thank you for doing this, Marcus. I always enjoy the content. Keep on keeping on. Thanks so much for the super chat. Most appreciated. Love you guys. It's such a pleasure to be here. I must admit, as we continue on towards a potential flight, my throat's actually feeling better. Maybe it's one of those things you just got to push through the pain. They are just teasing you. Look, that could be true. I feel like that's been the case all morning. So we'll see. Hey, we've breached 5,000 viewers. Awesome. That is wicked. That's definitely my record. Wow. I wonder how much higher that'll go. You guys are awesome. It's all you guys doing that. It's you guys just hitting the like button that's actually getting that sent around. That's wicked of you. Thank you so much. Where have we got here? Thank you for the excellent reporting. It's a pleasure. I'm glad that you're finding it entertaining, and thank you for joining. What have we got here? Still solid frost rings. There are indeed. Do they look a little less solid than they did before, though? Let me just quickly do a time check on that. I think they look the same. I don't think they've gone down at all. Sometimes those frost lines can be a little bit deceiving. They can be sort of sitting up there and the tank can be almost empty, and then you realise that these frost lines have just been super thick ice, and it's just taken a while for it to get down to that base layer before it disappears. I don't think that's the case, though. We're seeing... I'm just looking more at the header tank in the nose cone. It looks to me like that's actually gone down a little bit. I might be wrong. Yeah, I think the header tank has defrosted, and actually it looks like it's dissipating now. It definitely looks like it's dissipating now, especially if you jump back a couple of minutes and look at it compared to now. It's definitely dropped. There is reports of another siren. Sorry for the silence. I'm really just trying to digest everything that's being said everywhere. There's a heap of feeds I'm trying to look at. I think we're all still go. I was thinking here a moment ago that it looked like it was more fully detanking, but I don't think that is the case. Sometimes just the lighting, the sun can sort of hit it in a certain angle and make it look like it's not as strong as it was. So what have we got here? TFO goes up via no team. Yeah, look, I think we're all still go. No YouTuber knows what SpaceX are going to do. That's 100% true. Anybody that claims to know what's going on right now, unless they're talking to someone direct in SpaceX, is probably exaggerating just a little. Because I'm not hearing anything that gives us a real concrete amount of evidence. I mean, we can put up a timer that says something, but it's just a guess when it comes down to it, so I don't think I'll bother. We're still hearing that there's no FAA approval. The siren has happened though, so that is good. Tim Dodd saying T-7. Okay. Okay. He must know something that I don't know then, because I am not seeing the evidence of that. I mean, I could just put up a random timer with a random number on it. It seems to make as much sense to me at the moment. What's the fine for flying without approval? Let's not go there. T-7 months? Yeah, okay, let's have a quick look. I honestly think that if we aren't seeing a SpaceX live stream pop up, that we can't be that close. I would think that, I don't know, either they're not going to stream it, which would be very bizarre to me, or they're going to release footage of it later. It'd be bizarre to me if they didn't stream it. They've been so enthusiastic about streaming it in the past, so... What's on Elon's Twitter feed? Let's have a quick look here. 13 minutes ago, there were some laughing faces about something unrelated. Not useful, Elon. Not useful. Oh, wow. Thanks so much. Vetatax06, thank you so much for the super chat. That is generous of you. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. And I may have missed... Did I miss Curtis's one? Curtis Watkins, thanks so much for the super chat as well. Look forward to your Saturday morning space recap videos every week. Excited to be finally part of a stream. Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here, mate. And it's actually it's a real pleasure for me to be doing this too. I've always been very scripted, very scripted. I'm not used to ad-libbing anything much at all, so this is a total learning curve for me. Hopefully I'm not doing too badly at it. We're still above our 5,000 viewers. I think that's exciting. Personally, that is my record easy for the moment. Fighting through needing to sleep. That's probably true. I did try to sleep last night between 10:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., but I don't think I really slept much at all. I was probably thinking about this stream too much, I think. So, to me, the nose header tank has definitely dissipated, but the other tanks seem to be about the same. I don't exactly know what that means, though. Like they may be. It may be that the header tanks actually get fueled, right at the last minute. Just sort of pushes that extra pressure up through into the header tanks. There's not a lot of volume to fill, so it doesn't take a long time. TC Scout 154, congrats on the stream record and keep up the incredible work, my friend. Thank you, buddy. It's appreciated. Awesome having you all here. Better see if I can answer some other questions. So they're on hold, possibly waiting for police to close off roads and so on. The roads have been closed for a long time. I don't think there's any road closure issues. There's people saying that there's quite a lot of planes in the area. Can't see anything happening anytime soon. Cops are back at the roadblock. Police officers back at the roadblock. Right, so I'm just going back in time through some of my messages here. Brendan, if you're listening to me there, you are just such a champion sending all this information to me in the background, and Art as well, just awesome of you. So we're basically seeing that the message that I read out before, the tweet from the... where is it? I'll actually post a link to it. One sec. That way at least you can read it along with me. This was the Washington Post tweet that I started reading out before. You can have a look at the thread here if you're interested. Gosh, I've got 1,000 windows open at the moment. So I just shot a link through there. That is a link to the tweet saying that it was confirmed that this relates to SN9, but no word on what the issues are. So before, when we suggested that maybe they were talking about SN10, apparently that's not. It's still SN9 they're talking about. So we're still waiting to see if the FAA approval is actually happening or not. And I suspect that's why we're just seeing delays after delays. And I almost feel like Elon Musk just is saying, just keep it ready to fly, and we're just going to keep the pressure on the FAA to give us this approval. That's what I feel like is going on. Strange day. Yeah, as you say, the nose ring is almost gone. It seems like they've fully removed the liquid oxygen from that tank there, the header tank. When does it launch is the ultimate question, and the question I keep getting repeatedly. We do not know exactly when it's going to launch. We don't even know 100% yet whether they're actually going to be able to attempt it at all. It's been a real strange day. We do have 3 hours left. 3 hours left in the launch window, which, to be honest, is 3 hours longer than I want to wait for it to fly. So let's hope that it's a little bit faster than that if it does. I would just like at least a concrete answer from somebody to say, yes, it's not happening today, or yes, it may still happen. As far as I'm concerned, as long as we still see fuel sitting in the tank there and some sort of activity going on, the bets aren't off. I don't believe it's detanking, Jake. It's possibly partially detanking. The header, the nose header tank has lost its ring up the top there, but the other tanks seem to be keeping steady, as far as I can tell. Ryan Johnson becoming a member. Thanks so much. Hope to see you in Discord soon, mate. You get access there with the nitrogen level and whatnot. Just anybody that's actually hooking their membership to Discord, I'm not 100%. I don't know if I've actually seen anyone in my Discord that's linked through. So certainly message me, or send a comment or any other method of contact, or a tweet or something saying that you can't quite hook it up. Tim Dodd's changed his countdown to, I don't know. I'm not surprised, because I never knew. Do you think the FAA will give in? I don't necessarily think that there's like a big standoff with the FAA. I think there's just some frustration going on, and they're probably both working together right now to figure out whether they can actually fly this beast. Let's hope so. Oh, thanks very much, David, as well, for joining as a member. Champion, mate. That's super appreciated. Tom Shanagan, great effort making it this far on Australia time. Absolutely, it is it's the most inconvenient time zone in the world to cover SpaceX Starship updates. That's for sure. Thank you for the super chat. I think I'm caught up now. For anybody that is looking for my Discord channel, there is a link to it in the header of my channel. So you can click on that link. That's just the public join link, so anyone's everyone can access that. The Patreon levels and channels are sort of locked to patrons, obviously, where we spend most of our time. We love you for it. Thank you, Curtis. Appreciate it. Yeah, and this is exactly right. As Oscar's saying here, the FAA aren't an enemy. They just want to see the flight to be safe, and that's 100%. I'm sure that's true. I know it causes frustration, and there's usually finger pointing, and I'm partially part of that today, I guess, as well, because we've mentioned the FAA a lot, essentially just reiterating Elon's tweets there. I'm sure the FAA have got a lot of boxes to check. It's an important job. It's not something that should be taken lightly. I guess the thing that I always want to try to understand better, though, is why these approvals need to come right down to the wire like this. It seems like this is not the first time this has happened. You'd think if SpaceX have to just put a bit of paperwork through a little earlier, then it would just be cut and dry. But it seems to cause constant frustration, and I don't know which side that's coming from. I'm not gonna do the whole whispering thing to voice opinions. I think, there's a lot of people that will say that it's political. A lot of people will say that it's intentional. I don't think that's true. I think I think they're just trying to do the right thing and may not move quite as fast as SpaceX would like. This is the whole thing around regulation anyway, right? I mean, it's kind of there to not. It sort of gets in the way regardless, but it's there for a reason. Elon Musk has said in a number of occasions that regulations should be put in place for artificial intelligence. Any sort of innovations in that area, and I 100% agree with that. It would certainly slow down and cause frustration in that industry, just like we're probably seeing here. So, regulations, when done responsibly, are a good thing. This is why Elon needs to get those oil rigs up and running. He can move 12 miles off the coast and not be bothered with regulatory approvals and things. That is definitely true. That is the benefit of having your own massive ship out in the ocean, your own massive oil rig. Marcus, too much common sense from you, bro. It's probably true. I wish I knew what was going on. I'm not seeing any new information. We still don't see any movement in the frosting on the Starship there. Super chat from I am the only Yogo. Thank you so much. Yeah, look, the flight radar is interesting, actually. In fact, David, if you post the link to that in the chat, it might get blocked initially, but I can unblock it, I think. Question over Discord: is it better to go via Patreon or YouTube? Does YouTube membership include higher tier roles on Discord? It actually makes no difference on Discord at all. The advantage of YouTube memberships is that you can appear in different colours in the chat, and you get a slight highlight and you get an extra little icon. I sadly can't do that with Patreon, which is a bummer. So yeah, it's I wish I could get Patreon to do the same thing as well, because also on YouTube what I'm wanting to try to do a little more is having like advertising free videos, so I could do the normal regular one that goes out to everybody, and then I could have like a one with the sponsor placement cut out and the YouTube ads cut out, and just put that up, and I can do that for members only, but I can't give access to patrons, so it seems unfair because the patrons are sort of paying similar money, so I kind of wish these things talk together a little bit better. I'm almost considering making an unlisted video, But then there's the whole trust that, if somebody leaks the link out, it's kind of tricky. So anyway, I'm still growing a little bit with the YouTube membership system. It's brand new as of only a few weeks ago. So there's pros and cons for each. Patreon definitely gives you a more direct line of communication with me, because you can message me directly. I can message you directly. I can't do that with YouTube members for some reason. I can reply to a comment. But then YouTube members get other little perks, like they've got some extra little live stream abilities, and they can have member-only content and things like that, which the patrons can't have. So it's kind of a mixed bag at the moment. Patreon takes a little bit less fees away. That's the only other thing I'd say. So if you were sort of on the fence, Patreon's probably a better way to go. How do you get paid when I'm a YouTube Premium viewer? Oh, basically, if you're YouTube Premium, your viewership sort of gets distributed through everybody that you watch. So you're paying a monthly fee for YouTube Premium, and that gets sort of divvied up, and a certain percentage of it goes to the video creators that you watch. Whereas somebody that's not signed up for that will just see a general ad. That's roughly how that works. Anyway, that's a little bit off topic. The frost is melting. It is melting too. What is going on? I want some concrete answers from SpaceX. Where are you, Elon? Have you said anything else useful? No. Nope, he seems more concerned with short sellers at the moment, which is interesting. May not be a good sign. Javen Kimmel, yo Brenton, what are you doing with your life? This guy's doing this from Australia. Marcus, my brother, is a super SpaceX nerd fan. Thanks for the content. Thank you, Javen. So do we have any movement with the temporary flight restrictions? At all. I'm not getting much information from anywhere, so I think it's equally as confusing to everybody at this point. Yeah, skimming around, I don't see anything useful to report on there. So while we're waiting for something useful to report on, throw some more questions at me. What else have we got to talk about? You guys have been awesome with your questions today. I did spot one before about the domes. I can't remember who asked it now. It seems like that was like an hour ago. But the actual domes in the header tanks, they've got quite a high curve on them, so they take up quite a lot of space from the from sort of the payload area, from the livable area inside Starship. And there was a question a long time ago whether they would actually be able to reduce the amount of curve in that dome to make it a much flatter sort of surface, so that they didn't lose quite so much space. I haven't heard any more about that since the discussions way back when. So it is a good question, though. It's a very good question. I'd like to see them have those shorter domes, because it just makes the construction a little bit easier, gives a little bit more space as well, hopefully. Thank you for the membership there, Peter. Appreciate it. What have we got here? FAA, continue working with SpaceX to resolve outstanding safety issues. Oh, that's an old tweet, I think. Must disassemble. What are the CPs and pointy? When hop? Yes, I knew I'd get that one. When hop? How tall is the rocket? Oh, that's a very cool question, and one that we haven't actually talked about at all on this live stream. So there's all sorts of dimensions that I think are always useful when it comes down to Starship, but it's very deceiving, because you have the general width of the thing that's 9 meters wide, and when you actually if you look around yourself and measure out 9 meters, so a typical small room might be say 3 meters wide, so 3 times the width of a normal bedroom or something, depending on what you would consider a normal bedroom. That is quite a huge cylinder, and then it is roughly 50 meters high, which is 160-ish feet or so. And yes, so it's quite a monster. And if you compare it to something even like Falcon 9, Falcon 9 is huge. If you've got some of those earlier photos where you've got someone standing next to it, it is a huge beast, the Falcon 9, and Starship is just much bigger again. And that's why it's so exciting, of course. We're so thrilled to be able to witness this huge thing. It's going to be the biggest rocket ever launched. Not as it stands currently, because the Saturn V would be bigger than the Starship alone, along with many other vehicles, but as soon as you stick the super heavy booster under this thing with 28 Raptor engines, that is going to blow everybody's mind. It's going to be the biggest thing that's ever... I expect it's the biggest thing ever to be not only launched, but the most energy, the most energetic energy ever spent in anything. Rocket propulsion there I'm talking. The Saturn V won't beat it. That was definitely one of the biggest. I know the N1 launched a few times. The Russian N1, that didn't beat it either. I can't think of anything else that would have had more energy put behind propulsion. That includes things like huge, shipping containers and stuff with massive engines. Like, the amount of energy coming out of these rockets is insane. There is nothing that beats it in the world. And that's why we love this stuff. You can't find anything else that's got more explosive potential behind it than something like this. Assuming that we can have some explosive potential for SN9 today. Come on, SN9. It's still venting, so to me it seems that there's still activity, but I'm not sure. I just wish we would have some sort of official answer somewhere on it. I mean, it definitely looks like it's detanking to a degree, but it doesn't seem to be doing it in any rapid way. Just clicking around here, I can't see anything much to do with flight information. There's a few aircraft sort of nearby. Let's see. Catching up on some messages from Tim's counter, where it's just like this. It's like that was the most accurate counter of the day, I think. That's funny. Where are we? Come on, we want something. Nope. Honestly, don't see any other information. So we'll just have to hold on this thought and we'll see what eventuates. We've still got time. There's still loads of time in the window. I'm actually wondering if I should just go grab another drink that isn't horribly cold and gross and come back. I've been talking for a few hours straight now, so don't go anywhere. This hasn't there's nothing to say that this has ended. I think we're still just waiting to see some evidence. I won't be surprised at all at this point if we all of a sudden have an FAA approval announcement and all of a sudden we get a SpaceX stream pop up and the tanking starts again. We'll see. We'll see. It's a little bit hard to say at this point. I will be back. Just give me 10 minutes or so. Hey, I am back. I am back after grabbing a coffee. I definitely needed a drink that was a fresh drink because that one was revolting that I had before. I don't know if much has happened since I have left. I've been scrolling through a few feeds while making a coffee, and things probably not looking very positive at this stage. What have I missed? Tell me. I missed the flight. Look how perfectly it landed. There was a drone. Was there? All the ice is gone, that is for sure. I know it was looking pretty low when I left, and it hasn't gotten any better. So what is the news? Do we have any information? Is there any chance at this point of it launching or not? Musk just tweeted launch is cancelled due to weather conditions. He did? Did he really? Did he really? I don't see such a tweet. So many rumours. I don't know which ones to take seriously. Trolls. Damn you, trolls. All these people spreading misinformation. Yes, people. Gosh darn it. 24 mile per hour winds. Is it wind gusts or winds? Wind gusts of 24 miles per hour. That is a little bit high, I will say. Saying that, I don't know whether we should be... I mean, the road closures were obviously sticking around until 6 p.m, so there's still technically 2.25 hours left. And all the subscribers are working again. I don't understand this software at all. It seems to just queue all the subscriptions up in some weird way. Okay. What have we got here? Shoot me some questions. Let's just chat while we figure out what's going on. It does look, I will 100% agree, it does look like it's not going to fly. But I have been tricked once before today. And until somebody says something extremely conclusive, I'm not going to give up on this. What's my local time? The local time here is almost coming up to 9 a.m. It's almost time to start the work day, and I feel pretty exhausted at this point in time. What makes a great cup of coffee at the moment? Just having coffee in it makes a great cup of coffee. I'll take anything that I can get at the minute. I'm watching from Brisbane, Rachel 1994. P.S. Do you think you will ever go on a Starship yourself? I would love to go on a Starship, at least for like a tourist mission. As soon as it's deemed to be safe and reliable and it's landed 100 times and whatnot, I would love to do a tourist mission, do a few orbits around the world and come back and land. I think that would be the experience of a lifetime. How long have you been awake, Marcus? If you count the tiny amount of sleep I may have had last night, sometime yesterday morning, I don't know. It's going to hit me. I feel okay now, but it's going to hit me at some point. Yeah, exactly, from Peter. Coming up to 8:45 a.m. here in Tasmania. That is true. You're going to be okay to do this again tomorrow if we have to do this again. I'm just a bit concerned about the video, to be honest. That depends a little bit on how much time my editor has up his sleeve. GameplayReviewUK, chime in. Can you do the entire video without my involvement at all? I think that would be unfair. I'm going to see if I can do a little bit of editing at least. But yeah, I'm hoping to get the normal Saturday video up. But if I've got to stream again tomorrow morning, that's going to make that very difficult. The question may be then, can I push the video to Sunday night instead? Adam, to be honest, it's all pretty much distracting as it is. Yeah, it probably is too. Get your butt back to work, says Class. I think it can still happen somewhere. It was said that they had to detank because fuel temperature wasn't right after the long delay, but I'm not sure. See, these sorts of comments, and I'm hearing sort of things like this from a number of sources saying that, the detanking process probably needed to happen anyway, leads me to not give up on it just yet. What does Marcus do for a living? I'm actually a YouTuber. No, well, along with being a YouTuber, I'm also a web developer. I program in PHP mainly and database things. Make thingos work. Do you like Blue Origin or SpaceX better? Well, I love what Blue Origin are actually attempting to do. I would just like them to do it. Let's get something up. I like New Shepard. I like that it's going up and down. I want to see more of it. I want to see New Glenn. I want to see it roll out and do something. Once they do something, I will be impressed. But I have no preference. Anybody that's doing awesome rocketry stuff, I will be impressed by. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's SpaceX or Blue Origin. Do I know JavaScript? I know JavaScript to a pretty good degree. I'm not a massive JavaScript expert, but I know a reasonable amount of it. Are you still planning on doing the Tasmania Observatory video? Oh, wow, what a question. That is something that I really wanted to do, and I contacted them down at the observatory, and they essentially said no, because it's very restricted, and SpaceX have got tight ownership of all that stuff. So it's a fairly restricted area, and they don't want me to do it, essentially, is the short answer. So that's a no. I was going to try to do a video about the observatory in general, because it does more than anything to do with SpaceX, and not that they do SpaceX things directly from there anyway, but there was a video that I was planning to look at doing, but it never really happened. And I don't know if it's not SpaceX related. I don't know if people would find it that interesting. I'd like to do more videos about Starlink, ground stations and things like that. If we get some here, I think that would be cool. C++ is faster than your reptilian language. I'm sure that's true. C++ is very fast. I used to know a little bit of C++. When does it take off? That is the ultimate question. We have some venting going on right now, interestingly. Is that just detank venting, or is this new venting? Is this venting that means something different? We've got no venting outside of the tank farm as far as I can really see. I'm not 100% confident that I know what that venting means. I'm not sure if it's just part of the finalised detanking process here or whether they're doing something new. To me, it kind of looks like they're just doing a full detanking at this point. What exactly is the problem with SN9? I wish I knew. We're still trying to figure out whether the aborts today, it was fueled up, looked like it was about ready to go. Other channels were giving it like 10 minutes or 7 minutes to go. I was waiting for some concrete evidence of something, but I haven't seen much. I haven't seen much that thinks that this is going to fly at this point now. But like I say, we still have time in the launch window. Stranger things have happened today, so I'm not giving up on it just yet until we hear something conclusive. What else we got here? Marcus, what does your partner think of your hobby? She's going to get some attention later. My partner accepts that I am a colossal nerd, and she's used to it, is the short answer on that, and she's incredibly supportive of what I do, and I'm so very lucky. I'm lucky to have a family that is happy for me to do. And before the channel started to do well, remember that I had something like 4 years doing Kerbal Space Program stuff. It wasn't a very big channel. It wasn't making any money. Wasn't really supporting the family in any real substantial way. There was a little bit of trickle ad revenue. They were happy for me to, my wife and my kids supported me through all that in the build up to something that actually contributes at least somewhat to finances. So I'm still working 3 days a week at my other job. doing programming and whatnot. So, you know, I think ideally I'd like to be doing it full time if I can, but at the same time I also accept that it can be a little bit, what's the word? You can get a little bit set in your own mind if you're just working by yourself all day, every day. And remember, I'm really just sitting in an office here. I'm not over communicating with space people. I'm reading documents, typing things, video editing. I'm very much sitting here by myself most of the time in science. So it's actually quite an isolating job. As much as it seems different, I've got almost 4,000 people here watching. You wouldn't think that it's a lonely job, but believe me, it is a lonely job at times. And these live streams are really they're really beneficial actually, because otherwise it just becomes numbers. It just becomes number of views, amount of watch time, and you're just working off stats. Whereas here chatting to you guys is awesome. It actually gives me a real feeling that there's real people behind these numbers, and I appreciate you being here. Another question before: how do you deal with hate? I don't get a lot, to be honest. I think I'm fairly lucky. I think I'm fairly lucky in that regard. I get a little bit of hateful stuff through comments and things like that, but it's so overwhelmingly, smashed by positive comments that it doesn't really make a difference. It would be much worse if it was roughly 50-50. You would not feel like you're doing a very good job, but we're talking, maybe it's less than 1%. And the like and dislike ratio of videos certainly helps in that regard, because it's always 98%, 97.5% versus the dislikes. So you just got to accept. Not everybody likes what I do. Not everybody likes my accent or my style of speaking, or that I talk faster than a lot of other YouTubers. I get a lot of comments about the speed that I talk. I'm like, that's just kind of... I think that's the appeal to a lot of the people that are subscribed, that I cover a lot very quickly, very rapidly, short and sharp. I think that's what appeals to people. So if I change that, if I slowed myself down and made it a 25-minute video instead or something, I think that would actually... frustrate people more than help the people that think I talk a little bit too fast. Anyway, that's the answer to that question. I'm lucky I don't get a lot of hate, but when I do, you just pretty much ignore it, block them from the channel. I'm happy to take constructive criticism if someone says, you're talking too loud, talking too fast, etc., etc. I'm happy to take constructive criticism, but if it's just abusive stuff, I'll just block them. It's easy. If people have got nothing better to do with their time than write nasty comments, it's like, what do I care? Yes, detanked, that certainly is very true. Just got back from a coffee break. Any updates? The only updates that we have is that nothing's happening and it's fully detanked, and we expect that it's probably not going to fly at this stage. The only thing that we're really holding out on is something official. What have we got here? Mary tweeted. What did Mary tweet? Because that's a source that I would take above any else, really, except for maybe Elon Musk. What did Mary say? Mary has been notified that she can return home to Boca Chica Village. Starship SN9 didn't fly today, and when hop continues. That is a pretty conclusive answer. If they're telling everybody to go home and they've opened it all back up, that's the end. I'm happy to say that it's definitely not going to fly today. So we'll switch our live stream to say that we are scrubbed for sure. Which is a bummer. But we had fun. We had fun just chatting, and I enjoyed it all the same. I've missed a few super chats and things here more recently. Let me just quickly scroll up here. Oh wow, you guys are so amazing. I can't believe. I must have missed chats while I was out getting coffee, did I? Let me just quickly skim up here and answer some of those. can only scroll up so far for some silly reason. If I've missed any super chats, I apologise. I certainly appreciate it. Out and about, my brother Jimmy is a massive fan of rocket channels on YouTube. Any advice for starting one? The only advice I could say to do with starting a YouTube channel is to try to keep iteratively improving what you do. If you just kind of accept that this is the quality that you're doing and you don't sort of keep trying to improve things, then it never sort of continues forward, because there's always things that you can do. There's things that I'm sure that I could do to improve what I'm doing. The important thing is that you spend the amount of time that's sustainable for you, which I'm desperately at risk of breaking, probably continuously. But the secret is really to keep uploading and to keep trying to engage with your audience, trying to make sure that you are growing and you're remaining consistent as well. I've made the mistake of trying to do this type of content and that type of content. I was mixing Kerbal Space Program in there for a while as well. In the end, the audience is coming to you for one reason and one particular topic. If you try to branch too far away from that, you just end up kind of making the entire audience demoralized with the content you're putting out, and then they just start ignoring everything. So you kind of have to be consistent. I think if you were going to want to cover two quite different topics, you should start two different channels and upload separately, because you've essentially got two totally different audiences. If I was to start a Tesla channel, which I'm very passionate about electric vehicles and things like that as well, I definitely wouldn't do it here. I would start up a brand new channel, which obviously I'm not going to do because I don't have time to do that. But I definitely wouldn't mix the two together. Some people can pull it off, but yeah, not doesn't usually work. Thank you for the question, though. Jimmy Edwards, support the down under dog. That's very kind of you. Oh man, Jeffrey, $50 donation. That's super appreciated. I can't believe people will actually actively support like that. It's certainly not expected, and it blows my mind that people will do that. Thank you so much. Your content is really amazing. Thanks for your work. Such beautiful comments. What about the 7.2 pressure test? Could that still be happening today? I guess it could be, but I don't see any evidence of it. I think that they would probably prepare things a little earlier than this for the launch window that's left. I guess it's possible, but I doubt it. Why no launch today? That's a great question, Nicholas. There has been, too many weirdnesses happen today that I don't even know if I can, really run through it all again. But to cut a long story short, it was going to launch, then it wasn't going to launch. Then then Elon was upset about the FAA, who we thought were going to end up granting access. And it looks like we've just run out of time or run out of enthusiasm from the FAA or something. I don't know what's essentially led it to be fully concluded today. I suspect FAA approval just didn't come. The weather seemed okay. We're looking at 17 miles per hour with 22 mile per hour wind gusts. That's okay. The only thing we really know is that Mary Boca Chica Gal has been told that she can go back home. That means that it's all over. If they were going to close down, if they were going to keep open, she certainly wouldn't have been given that message. So that's pretty conclusive, and that's all we were really waiting for. Andrew Jones, welcome to the Carbon membership. Appreciate you joining up as a member. Thanks, mate. Some people here saying not an FAA issue. That could potentially be the case. I know the FAA was part of some of the delays earlier in the launch window. It could be that those were organised at some point, and then there was another issue. I don't know what that other issue may have been. The Starship was fully fueled. It looked like it was quite close there. We had tri-venting going on. Interestingly, we didn't even have a SpaceX feed pop up at all. No SpaceX video. That to me was the most perplexing thing, because you would expect to see SpaceX preparing to live stream that as well, and that didn't happen. That to me seemed very odd. So I don't know. I kind of wonder whether they really had the proper approval to actually fly. What else have we got here? Lots of thanks for the live stream. No problem at all. Hopefully we can do it again. I suspect... let me just quickly send a message here. Just going to wait on a message back here on something before I say such things. But yes, the whole day's just been a whirlwind of strangeness. It's the strangest day I remember. I mean, I've witnessed a lot of these long, lengthy live streams, not so much done them myself. I don't recall one being this odd. It's just been such a weird one with all sorts of strange twists and turns. So, yes. I was scrolling up, and there's so many questions before, and I've kind of missed most of them, I think. Where are we? Hey, at least all your sleep schedule is all screwed. Yes, that's totally true. I tend to, if I'm out of whack, it tends to hit me for like 2 solid days. I can't get my routine back again properly. I almost need to try to force myself to have a couple of hours sleep to make it through to the normal night time. Otherwise, I'm going to end up just a mess tomorrow. I don't really like being a mess on the weekends. It's the only time I really get with the family. So, yes. What else we got here? Oh man, the memes on this GameStop stock, crikey's. Couple of people there asking about the shirt. I did call it out earlier. This is Brendan's shirt. There's a link to this shirt in the description. If you want to buy one, that supports what Brendan does. It goes direct to him. He's such an awesome dude, and he works with me very consistently every week. It's a privilege working with Brendan. Marcus, you're now on Martian time. It's going to feel like that, I'm sure. Yes, the answer to that question, Nikita. It is indeed scrubbed. I have actually named it, haven't I? Yes. I'll have to change the thumbnail as well at some point, but I've at least titled it to scrubbed. It's a bit hard to do photoshopping while I'm trying to live stream. I'll fix the thumbnail here shortly. Yeah, so look, I think... I think we're probably going to wrap this up here. I don't see much point hanging around. I would say that if they've been told to go home, that the test tank is not going to be done today either, would be my guess. I was just waiting for just a little bit more information to see if there's something else I can share before we go. I was trying to see if there was a way to get the information on when the next attempt's likely going to be. We were thinking it would be sort of no earlier than Friday. I'm not 100% sure on that. Yes, Lawrence, scrubs are certainly better than booms. That is for sure. That is absolutely for sure. But yes, I'm not seeing any more information, so there might not be much more to really follow up on. I'll just do a quick check around one last minute to make sure there's nothing I'm missing. Can't see anything that's overly relevant for the minute. I think that's probably a bit of a wrap, guys. What I might do is take any last questions you might have before I head out. We'll play the little outro there. I love the clip that is in the little intro segment that I made there of Elon Musk's talking there just after the demo mission. That's always really inspirational to me. That was one of the highlights of my year last year for sure. Watching that mission, really awesome stuff. What's the favourite collectible on your shelf? That is a good question. Let me switch to a bigger view. Hang on, can I go this way and then refocus the camera? So yes, there's actually a bit of stuff over there. Most of the stuff is out of camera shot, to be honest. I've got a great microscope over there. I've also got a pretty old telescope there on the far left-hand side of the screen, if that's what you... Oh, hang on a minute. I haven't actually pressed the button. I'm silly, sorry. Let's start that again. Yes, so over there we have got a telescope, very old telescope. That's a Celestron one. Got a pretty good microscope over there beside it that I still actually use. I cover that up every week. I think my favourite though, I really quite like the YouTube award. That's definitely probably the most valuable thing on that shelf, I think. It's not everyone can get hold of a 100,000 subscriber award, so that would be number one. The Saturn V is definitely very cool. That's just your typical Lego set, really cool stuff. Yeah, but the microscope there, I get a lot of good use out of. A bit of fun. So yes, that's the shelf there. It's kind of handy. I've just got one of the cameras where I can sort of manually focus. As long as I've got my screen right, I can see what I'm doing. Yes, great stream, Marcus. See you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. We'll hopefully be able to see something tomorrow. That'll all depend on whether we see the road closures can, stay open. I know that's the intention at the moment, but whether it holds or not after today, it depends what went wrong today. If the issue was not just the initial FAA delays, if there was something else that went wrong, maybe there was another issue that we haven't yet been informed of. So we'll see how we go. If it is going to stream tomorrow, I think I'll cover it. It depends how wrecked I am. I don't want to get on camera and just be a total mess either. So we'll see how we go. I am almost expecting that it'll probably go past the weekend and be early next week, but we'll see. Fingers crossed that's not the case, but we'll see. Another super chat just to close off. Thanks, Mindset. You are awesome too. Thanks, buddy. Might have a bit of a nap. Yes, we might go and have some sleep. In the meantime, I'll leave the chat open for a couple of minutes so you can sort of close off and chat to each other for sure. Until then, I will probably see you in the next video on the weekend. That's definitely in progress. It's all filmed. It's being edited like crazy right now by wonderful people that work with me. Thank you, Adam. And yes, so that will come on Saturday if I don't talk to you before then. And if we get the opportunity to live stream this again, we certainly will. It just depends a little bit on whether it ends up falling on my other workday where I'm doing my other job. So. And it's also going to get just a little trickier as school goes back. My kids are still actually at home on holiday for the Christmas period, believe it or not. So, yes, there's a few, there's a few little things there that I've got to do. I've got to do school runs. That's very hard when it's 9 a.m. now. So in these normal time frames, it's like early in the morning and crossing over into the work day, so it's literally the worst time zone for it. But I will do what I can. I have really appreciated being here with you all today. It's a bit new for me still, so appreciate all your feedback and positivity. Love you all. Team Space. Thanks Galway boy for the super chat. We will see you all in the next video. Thank you. Have a great day. Love you all.